Yeah. We are clashing like crazy. Yeah. Clashing like crazy. Crazy clashing. Clashing. Clashing Ironclad like crazy. Ironclad. Perfect. Choose a colorless card to obtain. Colorless cards are usually pretty mediocre, right? Hey Murray, what's up, man? Do we need to make a boss swap or what? Really? Or let's take the max HP question mark? What is it? What would be if boss swap would just be worse on the Ironclad? What would be if that sentiment would be true? I mean, what is if clicking this button diminishes your win percentage? What then? Okay, whatever. Yeah, maybe we should take a look at the end boss. The end boss. Hexaghost. Hexaghost, extra energy. Boss swap usually means extra energy, right? I mean, not always, but I mean, usually you receive 1 extra energy for a downside. Now, against the Hexaghost, we specifically do not need the extra energy, right? Because you receive burns, and if you receive burns into your deck, you can actually not play those burns. So extra energy is probably less incentivized. If this or whatsoever like would be slime boss whatsoever, the slime boss puts your bad stuff into your deck, and this bad stuff wants to become exhausted by playing it with your energy, right? So if that would be slime boss, you would actually be extremely inclined to have a force energy, because if you have that force energy, you can actually exhaust the slimes, making the matchup much less worse. And if this is Guardian, half of the times you can only block anyway, so extra energy is also not that great. So if you're talking about extra energy, the only real use against from the extra energy is against the level 1 boss, Slime. Or Slime Boss. You can call him whatever you want. You can call him Slime Boss or Boss Slime. Which is not true with the Guardian and with the Hexaghost, because there you can only say it's the boss Hexaghost or it's the boss Guardian. But for the Slime Boss, it's complete nonsense, guys. Please, I have not taken any drugs, yeah? I just want to clarify that. I just have a good time. I have my coffee here. And what I'm simply telling you is, I could imagine that boss swap is never correct against Hexaghost and against Guardian. While, like, in kind of a way that we say boss swap is like 50 gold against Hexaghost and against Guardian, making it basically never pickable. Whereas against Slime Boss, maybe the boss swap is worth 100 gold, making it sometimes pickable. Yeah. Theory into the blue. Okay. Okay. Merle says, I think the swap is more of a late game play. Strong disagree. I think swaps give you early game and diminishing you late game. Examples: Curse Key, Pandora's Box, Slime, which eats you gold, Busted Crown, pretty much everything. Like everything which comes with a force energy. Like not everything, but you know, most of it. Yeah, it gives you extra energy, and for that you receive like long-term disadvantage. What shall we do? Yes, we said probably not correct to do that. Okay, so what is correct then? What could be correct then? Right, so I do see one thing. I see shop directly before lead. Maybe to refill our resources. Not the worst option, in my opinion. Specifically not followed after double question mark, which can give us a curse or a serpent, and then we go to the shop. Or a world of goop, then we go to the shop. If these are actually costing us gold, we do have the versatility to say, oh no, we do not visit you shop, but we go here and here. So this is a shop with versatility. I like very much. If we say this is a shop with versatility, I think it excludes the option to lose all the gold. Because hey, if you're saying this might be a viable play, we should keep our gold. Right. Max HP is probably around 100 gold. Choose a colorless card to obtain is probably, I don't know, whatever that is. Choose a colorless card actually gives you immediate strength, depending on the colorless card. Card pick is usually 50 gold at the beginning. Colorless card might be more. Colorless card might be 70. Choose a colorless card is never a rare though, right? But it could very well be around 70 gold. But it is also immediate strength, and we can also convert this immediate strength into life total because we are just stronger against early opponents. Yeah. The choose a colorless card can't be rare. Okay, but it actually adds, does it add to the percentage of the rare cards at least? But putting that aside, what colorless cards are there now if they are not rare? They are usually good, right? I mean, there are colorless cards which deal damage and draw you a card, which is just like completely busted. What else? There are some innate 6 damage AoE, which is like super cool. I mean, super cool, but fine. It's on a different scale. Oh man. What? Moonslander says, should I pick follow-up on first stage as the watcher, or is it bad? On the Ascension 20 you have to pick any reasonable attack. So before you pick nothing, you definitely pick follow-up. Something many people do not do, but it's just correct to do that. Sometimes like finesse or quick slice is probably the best. So maybe we should just take the max HP. Dramatic entrance is excellent early, yeah. So colorless cards are usually just slightly better than non-colorless cards. Is that a correct sentiment or not? Cake rating on a scale 1 to 10? Probably an 8, but from the health point it's probably rather a 4. So getting Calling Bell and potions does increase the rare card chance. Yeah, the potions, that's a weird one, right? Okay. Okay. Choose a colorless card. I trash talk that option so much. I trash talk that option so much because I think it's not good. I'm in a freaking colorless card, man. How good should that be, please? Do we ever swap a relic with Ironclad? I think only against Slime Boss. We concluded that just a minute ago. So do we have some winner? Choose a colorless card to obtain colorless card. Now you know I'm not using helping programs, so I try to remember what those non-rare cards are. It's like some give you artifact, which is weird for us. Some give you bandage, it's like heal. Or bandage is cool. Yeah. Bandage would be probably cool. I think the increased chance to snag or energy relic by 2 is worth considering. I am always considering that. It's already concluded. It's already included in the calculation. Yeah, it's already concluded in the calculation. Naja, first I take the face value, what I think the boss relic is worth, and then I also include that we cannot receive black blood, whereas black blood sucks. But I'm also including that this is just like a freaking awesome freaking super relic. I'm in 6 freaking life every fight. I'm like, wow, I mean, if I'm thinking about like when you would ask me like what relic is busted, I would tell you, hey, wow, probably meat on the bone, 12 HP every fight if you're too low. And now Burning Blood is not so much difference. I mean, it's only 6, but for that you also receive the 6 still as long as you're not in danger. So I don't know, right? This Burning Blood relic seems to be quite powerful. So colorless cards are usually 0 energy, and 0 energy is specifically good for the Ironclad. Should I press that button, guys? Okay, I'm pressing that button now. There is Purity, which sucks for us. Check of all traits is probably also not so cool, but the Dramatic Entrance is amazing, right? It's amazing against the cubes. They suddenly don't start with like 42 or 43, but suddenly they only start with 37, which is quite the difference. It also comes for 0 energy, which is kind of for free, and against the knob starting with 6 to 9 life less is also quite a thing. Dramatic Entrance being upgraded is, I think, 8, which is right, nearly an explosive potion per fight. Given that you only have 3 energy, I'm actually pretty happy because we never have too much energy. Granted. We do this, right? I mean, I have not checked. Maybe I should have checked like the future pathing, honestly. That might have been dumb, or probably was dumb, but whatever. So, if I see it correctly, that's pathing. I mean, I just like, do you like this too, right? I mean, it's just like so nice. Double question mark before shop. I did the same yesterday and we were not satisfied, but that was a completely different breed because that was with 350 gold, and that is the difference like day and night. So let's do this. Wow, it's so good against a freaking double door. This is crazily good, right? Okay. Yeah, it's so nice, man. Okay, this is frail. I do not like to become frail. I would just try to farm this guy down because I think this is a much bigger threat than this is. Bash. Strike and wait. I need to prepare for the roleplay. Okay. That's good. So freaking good. Wow. Wow, is that good, man? That is so freaking good. Yeah. Time to have our revenge on the 5 slime encounter. Very good call, very good call. I think people underrate Blood for Blood. I talked about it many times. I'm just not exactly sure whether today is the day to prove them wrong. No, I was always saying I pick this card all day long before I pick nothing. But the thing is, we do not have an empty pick here. We, as a matter of fact, do have a potential possible pick here. So, while I'm extremely sure that this is a better pick than nothing, I'm not so sure whether it's a better pick than Clothesline is. I also would rather like to tend to take Blood for Blood once I already have something which deals damage to me. Like there is like this thing which deals 1 damage to you and 5 damage AoE. I would always pick that because of things like this. Suddenly Blood for Blood and all those other cards are very much pickable. Like a Combust. So if you already have Combust in the deck, even like Blood for Blood becomes even stronger again. Now in that case, I mean, I don't know, there are some things to be considered, right? I mean, first of all, there's the Hexaghost, yeah? And the Hexaghost can very often damage you, let's say, 2 times at the beginning of the fight, in comparison to the Guardian, in comparison to the Slime Boss. So, first of all, just from that fact alone, Blood for Blood is probably already semi-potent, whatever, right? I mean, Iron Wave is solid. I personally do not like Iron Wave so much. So what's the thing here? Naja, I'm thinking Clothesline is a normal card. I mean, you know, Clothesline does its thing. Now Blood for Blood is kind of has a huge delta. Sometimes it's really good, sometimes it's not great, you know. So when is it good? Well, against Hexagons it could be really good because it inflicts so much damage. Pretty much Justin likes Iron Wave for value early. Yeah, again, I do not like Iron Wave that much. If it would be an empty pick, I would pick this over empty pick. But that's pretty much it. What clothesline should be good against Hexagons? I do not know how good clothesline really is against Hexagons. I feel clothesline is actually quite clunky, yeah. That's the first fight. I definitely pick a card. The question is only which one. And I think with Blood for Blood, I think we need to evaluate now, yeah. So in my opinion, 12 damage and double weak is like 18 damage. I think that's pretty much placed similar. Now, Blood for Blood is 2 more energy expensive. This upgrades for 1 more weak, 2 more damage. This upgrades for 4 more damage, but also becomes cheaper. Obviously, the Blood for Blood requires an upgrade before it plays nicely, right? So, power level wise, they are probably the same, and this is probably better once you receive 2 times damage. Once you receive 1 time damage, it's probably roughly on the same level, yeah? Now, is it enough that if it's on the same level if you took 1 time damage? Because very often you didn't take damage for it. Now, against Hexagons, certainly we will take more than 1 time life loss. And very often in some fights, well, initially, let's say against the Sentries, we take 1 time. Against Lagavulin, we do not. I have to say there are quite a lot of cards which let us lose life whatsoever. Like a Brutality, like Offering. I mean, you know, those things. So, if you have any, or Combust or whatever. So, I'm just thinking Blood for Blood is probably slightly weaker currently. Becomes better later. Yeah. Pavo says Blood for Blood has always value. Now, Blood for Blood has always value in long fights. Alright? I mean, in short fights, you certainly would rather like to prefer clothesline. But I'm also thinking maybe we just play other stuff until Blood for Blood has value. Again, there's the thing. If you draft clothesline, we have to play it. We have to play it, right? And if you have Blood for Blood, you are not necessarily required and forced to play it. Yeah. So that would be that. So I would like to probably take it. What else is to be considered? Naja, I mean, of course, the campfire in the first fight, it will be probably a little bit worse. I pick it also a little bit to see. We already can already reduce the cost. So now we have an HP loss. So now it will go down to 3 energy cost, which is pretty cool. Yeah, so that's amazing. Maybe we can lose life again. So let's see. Upgrade, transform, or remove. Right. We want to go to the shop. Yeah, we want to go to the shop with 190 gold. Brimstone is ours. We lost life. Great, because we had too many. And we received gold. Great, we wanted to go to the shop. Now we will go to the shop. What is my question? Do we do Elite Fire? Or Fire Fire? Fire Fire Elite Elite. Fire Fire Elite Elite. Fire Fire Elite Fire Elite. Yeah. Fire Fire Elite Fire Elite. Or Elite Fire Elite Fire Elite. Fire and question mark against Elite and Monster. I do not mind to take monsters. I think that taking monsters is absolutely alright. Like, after the chest specifically, advanced monster fight after the chest. I don't even know whether that's a net negative of life. You receive sometimes a potion, you receive sometimes a card. So I would not mind to take this fight additionally instead of the question mark. I think they are very, very, very equivalent. Specifically if there is no shop inside, I think they are very equivalent. So it is about this elite or taking the fire. Yeah, and I think the break-even point is probably something around this magnitude of 25 life loss. We can also still decide here, you might argue. But I'm asking now, because we are now facing these. So if you're telling me after the shop, we want to go here, I would probably like to make the Blood for Blood upgrade now, right? Because I believe this is like a quite important upgrade. Now, if you're telling me, yeah, basically this. Your other option is, of course, to transform a strike. Now, we're already fine with this. We wouldn't mind any kind of strength transform. We would not mind to have any kind of status transform. And we would not like to have any kind of game-winning transform. We would not like to have any kind of these expensive cards transform. And we would also not mind to have the strike removed, because we already drafted these two. And we would also not mind to have any kind of life loss transform card. Like transforming into something with life loss. So, I think actually transform is probably superior, yeah. Now, Blackwater Sunset says Fire Elite looks good, but the downside is we miss an Elite. I would think the break-even point is 25 life. And we would need to evaluate whether, or maybe like 20, 25 life and a potion or something. So we would need to evaluate whether we can do better or worse. Okay. Yeah, Solo Gesangs agrees. Let's go! Oh. That's spicy. What transform curse? Well, oh, that's spicy. This is so good. This is so bad, man. Are you kidding me? Now look at this. Wow, okay, this is like really, I mean, I'm not, but I'm just telling, I mean, holy cow. If we would have had 3 strikes, we could kill. Yeah. Okay, yeah, now you might argue, yeah, but we do not have 3 strikes. Yeah. That is right. Yeah, but now we take 10 damage against these losers. Yeah. Against these louses. But now you could argue, because of that, Primal Justin says Barricade is a win condition card. Yeah. We are building our entire game plan around Barricade, that's clear. Yeah. Body Slam Barricade, yeah. It's a little bit early for that, guys. Yeah, it's a little bit early for that. What Premier says, these are good cards for Barricade. Yeah, second win not that much, right? But Armaments and Body Slam are both good cards, of course. I don't need to tell you that with a Barricade, Body Slam increases in value. That should go without saying. But it's also true that Armaments is a very strong card. Now JD says don't have good block cards yet to pick up Body Slam. That is true because we also need to set up Barricade first. Counter argument would be against Lagavulin. We are always be able to do so. Truth is also that against Nob we cannot play this, against Cubes we cannot play this, and normal fights we cannot play this. Actually, this is a curse, unless until we fight the Hexaghost. Now, it is true to say that Armaments is a more solid pick, because we could upgrade Armaments, and then Armaments will upgrade our entire deck, and that's pretty cool, I heard. Against the Lagavulin, it will upgrade all our cartridges, great. Against the Nob, I'm not so sure, but against the Nob, we will see what we do. I don't know. Armaments to upgrade the burns in the Hexa fight, yeah, but specifically also to upgrade all the other cards in the Hexaghost fight, huh? I see the Hexaghost fight. Yeah, no. I don't see the body slam yet. Armaments upgrade the yellow curse too. That's true. Reggiato says, second wind turns barricade into a defend in regular fights. No question mark. Okay. I misunderstood you, Reggiato, in this case. Now, when you stated that second wind synergizes very well with barricade, I was assuming you meant after we played the barricade, we use this. But if you meant that we use the second wind, like that they synergize in a way that barricade, that you use second wind to exhaust barricade, I mean, then it's a completely different story. Yeah. What? Oh no, confused with somebody. Oh no. Okay, never mind. Yeah, you weren't the guy. Somebody said they synergize, and now like you are saying, hey, wow, second wind is actually pretty not that bad. We can actually exhaust the barricade with it, and I was thinking, I made that connection, man. Okay. Yeah, I'm taking armaments. Yeah. Bafus says, I think second wind isn't too bad as you will draw blood for blood more often. I mean, seriously, no, guys? Are you trolling me? Are you trolling me right now? I mean, what is with the second wind nonsense? I mean, there's one thing, yeah? Maybe if you're talking to me like second wind Hexa Ghost, okay, you know? Second wind exhaust like garbage from the Hexa, okay. I mean, but are there not other cards to consider, like Body Slam Armaments? No? I mean, second wind, I mean, come on, really? I mean, I let myself convince second wind is also good against the cubes, right? I mean, against the cubes, second wind blocks for 10 always. The cubes of evil, like the sentries, these not sentry, whatever, like these cubes, huh? I know it's not cubes, it doesn't matter, they have 2 cubes, but the cubes are not cubes, doesn't matter. Here, second wind, it's good, trivializes this fight. Lagavulin, against Lagavulin, sure. We set up barricade, and then we second wind the garbage, and then we draw blood for blood every turn. Bayum. And against Nob, yeah, exhaust, turn 1 energy maybe, if our hand is too full of yeah, sure. And against Hexaghost, second wind is good. This is effect, yeah, I mean, against Hexaghost, sure. And in normal fight, second wind exhaust you barricade. Sick. So you're saying armaments and to upgrade armaments you don't like, yeah? Because we can always prioritize blood for blood. And if you do not do that, at least we try to play our upgraded stuff over the non-upgraded stuff. And upgrading strikes is not that great anyways. I can get behind that. We play bash over strike. No, upgrading defense would have been a thing, but yeah, okay. Armaments is good too. Yeah, absolutely. Criminal Justice says, if you have barricade, you do not want to exhaust your non-attack cards unless they are curses. That is not directly true, because you can also skin out the block density. Once you created the block and with the second wind, you can actually focus more on the entrenches and on your body slams then. So it goes like this: you set up barricade, you create a lot of block, then you exhaust your standard defense into entrench, and then you can draw entrench more often. I take that now. I take the second wind now. Just because you're also like kind of tending to blue yellow today, you know. Naja, on floor 0 we take blue. On floor 1 we take blue instead of normal. On floor 4 we take yellow, you know. I mean, then it's only a natural progression that we take blue again, you know. You are barricade, yes. Okay. No, but no kidding here. Yeah, the anchor is obviously completely busted, yeah. The anchor against the cubes gives us like 10 block turn 1. That's great, yeah. That's really good. I mean, blocking in. Against the knob is garbage, against Lagavulin is garbage. You would have maybe said, but turn 1 against Laga as well as against the knob, if you play the barricade, it basically freezes the 10 block into future turns. If this is not amazing, I have no clue what amazing is. It's great. Really good. Really good. Yeah, True Grid is absolute garbage. I definitely do not pay monitas for that. Now we have our first decision here. Oh. Which is elite over fire. So we are potionless. If it's not, we pretty much die. First we make a dramatic entrance. Yeah? And see whether Nob will be impressed by that or not. Now, if the Nob is not impressed after that, I do not know. I will probably just die. Yeah. Even against Lagavulin, we probably just become wrecked. No. It's true. It's freaking true. Right. So, the only possible thing and reasonable thing to do is to go to the fire then. I guess. We upgrade. Blood for blood, because it's by far the most important upgrade. Somebody said, like, against Nob we die. We did not even do the math, putting that aside. 3 turns. 24, 30, 30, 48. Vulnerable. 72, 80. We will definitely take the third turn hit. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We will definitely take the third turn hit. Turn 4. Depending on the draw order, we probably kill. Worst case is we take 2 times. We could have blocked him with a second wind. If he drop barricade turn 1. Second wind, probably. Expected life loss, we definitely take the big hit. But, I mean, we are taking 8 plus 24. We are taking 32. Maybe less. Maybe more. Close. Closer than you might think, right? Closer than you might think. Now, I'm thinking, okay. 58 life. Job. Yeah, I just hope we are not going out with too much life here. Yeah, maybe investing like 30 of our life would have been beneficial. 28, 28, 28. So what question marks did we face? Giant heads, that's a good one, but not that great. A World of Oop is out of the dude. Snecko Dukke, like snack, like whatever, yeah. Serpent is not even good for us. So fight, fire, question mark, elite, fire, elite though. By the way, against the armaments, also so many fires. Like, if you say we go here, we have here one fire, we have here one fire, we have here one fire. At some point, we don't even need armaments any longer. It's also a question mark before the chest. We even take damage if we do this, which is great. Yeah, Blood for Blood seems to be a good card. 16 I take. Explo I very much take, because I would very much like to have that against the cubes. Oh, maybe there was a huh? Wait. So, we did not go to the fight, and we said something about the knob. We are losing like around 30 life or 35. Minus the Burning Blood, like 30 life loss in total. Okay, I get that. Okay, I get that. But, which is not even so bad. Against the Lagavulin, we would have had a free barricade set up. Which is, I mean, not tremendously huge, but which is real. We had Blood for Blood, which is not tremendous, but which is real. Nah, not real, not that real. I guess what's real is that we could have maybe blocked with a second wind or something into a huge blocking chunk. If you get barricade turn 1, it's really good. If you barricade turn 1, the fight is over, yeah? Against Lagavulin. We barricade turn 1, into turn 2 we play only block, into turn 3 we play only block. The fight is over, yeah? I mean, if you get barricade turn 2, let's assume normal, right? Barricade turn 2 normal, but you know what I'm saying, right? It's not so bad. It's not so bad. And against the cubes, I mean, we would have taken some damage, then we could have maybe Blood for Blood. Against the cubes, also a little bit annoying, but hey, second wind, you know, second wind blocks in at least, right? So whenever we draw the second wind, it actually works as a 10 block. Dramatic Entrance also helps a little bit. Maybe lost 35 as well. But we had Anchor, so probably less life loss, actually. Less life loss, maybe 30. And we are really inclined to lose a lot of life before the Hexa goes. So I am now thinking. Too timid. No? Too timid. Naja, too timid. There's another second wind in there. I mean, come on, don't give me this garbage. I don't... Okay, now I'm slightly like... Okay, that was not required. Cannot do stuff with 2 with second wind, right? Nothing, yeah? I mean, True Grid, I do not take a True Grid here without an upgrade, right? I'm confused. I'm thinking, guys, tell me, was it like this fight? I mean, now we okay, I tell you what distracts me a little bit. I'm sitting here with 63 life. Now that's that is what distracts me. Okay, we got a fireman. No, it still distracts me. 63 freaking life, man. What do you want to do with that? 63, okay, 60 here, bam bam. Oh, okay, maybe we lose 20 life here. Then it's fine, right? 43, 20, 20, 20. Yeah, then it's fine. Yeah, if you lose life here, but only then. Whatever. Like a skip, right? Yeah, we skip this. What? Premier Justin was surprised we skipped the elite if that's what I'm asking. Yeah, that is what I'm asking. yeah. But yeah. So... Naja, the argument was if that is not, we might have problems. Why? Because usually knobs are a problem if you have no potions in order to push a little bit more. The anchor goes into nowhere. Barricade against a knob for 3 energy in turn 1 is not that great. It also is a curse later. Blood for Blood was still 4 energy and knob does only deal damage in chunks. So it was not completely out of the question because Nob would have punished us quite a lot, right? I mean, he would have hit us. He would have maybe even got in entire rotation, maybe, yeah? So, Nob would have been probably a problem, but not... Yeah. We would have not died. We would have lost like 30 to 40 life. Lagavulin, I think, was doable for a little bit advantage, and probably cubes too. So it was close, yeah, but, you know, whatever. 58 life and one less upgrade. Yeah, absolutely. So we go to the question mark because after the chest, this can also be questing adventurer, which pushes the benefit. Advanced enemy, this is an advanced enemy. Advanced fight before the chest, one less relic, not so much, and upgrade also cool. Okay. Which upgrade? Playing safe to have time to build around the barricade doesn't seem too bad. No, it does not seem too bad. I agree. Second wind can be an upgrade before the Hexa goes, in my opinion. I think against Lagavulin we set this up. So against Nob we would like have Bash upgraded. Against Laga, most likely too. Second wind is 2 more block each. Small chest, red skull. No. Freddie Mercury. That is freakingly amazing. The hourglass of Super Mega. Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. That's really good. Why? Because we can focus on building a block while this deals with the enemies in Act 1. It deals also with AoE. And AoE also sometimes is not diminishing returns, but rather also stacks, because if you deal a lot of damage to a lot of enemies, they still hit you until you kill them. So if you have instead of 6 AoE around 9 to 12 AoE, I am definitely the last person to complain about that. I also believe that Mercury Hourglass is insanely strong. So I'm insanely happy and thankful about this Hourglass here. I think this will trivialize a lot, like a lot of normal fights, but specifically also make these tough elite fights considerably easier. Now, you was seeing me, I mean there are no question marks here, so we obviously do not take the face. You also saw me talking about really wanting to utilize these live, and that's basically exactly the moment where we do that. Now elite is obvious. Yeah, elite fight is obvious. This is waking up. I think we want to go barricade turn 2. So we could exhaust defense. Do we have any opinion on the exhaust of defense? Which we could exhaust also just later, once we have second wind, right? So exhausting defense here makes little to no sense. Okay, 10 block go away, now we draw barricade. If this would have been a draw, I would have been on monster tilt after we faced the Lagavulin. This is dealing 17. This is letting us redraw not the barricade at least one time, which is probably half of the damage. Whereas, if we redraw that in coordination with the second, we can actually block in. Or we could actually block in. What? I think with barricade we will get hit once or twice, and blood for blood will achieve, yeah. I'm actually happy that you didn't take too many elite fights if I see this garbage, by the way. Yeah. Now what I'm telling you is, do we even need the barricade? Is that even a good idea? Because currently, I do have the feeling that, okay, this guy attacks us 2 times and we draw these 9 cards. Ahaha. Yeah, the thing is, I mean, we will eat like the damage of our lifetime. The Lagavulin, I mean, das Lagavulin schlägt uns voll ins Gesicht hier. Like, Lagavulin hits us 2 times, No, we should not play the barricade. We should inflict the damage. Yeah. Triple defend. I think we defend ourselves as long as possible, as long as we haven't inflicted vulnerability. Taking 5 also makes Blood for Blood cheaper. I think Blood for Blood will be, by the way, MVP of this fight. Yeah, I'm pretty certain we will see Blood for Blood being MVP of this fight. Now we bash, I think that's an obvious one. Dramatic Entrance is an obvious one. Now we can trade 9 damage off 5 defend. I'm tending towards 5 defend because I think Blood for Blood will actually be the game maker here. Blood for Blood over and over again. Blood for Blood over and over again. Now why we didn't play the barricade? Naja, with the idea that we might second wind the barricade later. So if now we defend, he attacks us, next time we draw whatever we draw. If we draw barricade, we will play it. But if we do not draw barricade, and we draw barricade the turn after, we second wind the barricade, hopefully. So, again, I mean, we do have permanent damage with the Hourglass. So, in the comparison to the usual gameplay, the Mercury Hourglass is actually inflicting 3 damage per turn, right? So, that makes up a little bit for the huge debuff. And, yeah. And Blood for Blood makes up for the huge debuff, right? I have to say, I have to wonder a little bit about the second wind and the exhaust of 2 defense. But maybe just because we have that garbage draw order currently. Blood for Blood deals 33. And depending on how we draw it, we deal considerably more. But I want to calculate it regardless. So 33, probably 42. We are expecting to deal 42, bringing it to 31. And then we expect to have some kind of block. And once we draw this again, we probably do have a kill. Yeah, because we deal enough damage. Now, the question probably is whether dealing 9 damage is killing this dude considerably faster. But this is what I do not think. I think that we try to block in the second attack, or like the first attack of Laga, or we try to redraw Blood for Blood. Now, if we do not draw Blood for Blood next turn, obviously we cannot redraw Blood for Blood. Then we might have a small problem, but I don't think that it combats, you know, blocking in for 5 here. I mean, 9 damage here. Yeah, 2 times Blood for Blood. The question is whether we really want to draw 2 times Blood for Blood. Yeah. I mean, we could have also said, hey, like, you know, we could have also made an argument that we would like to kill him before. So now, for example, I think we already exhausted 2 defense, because if we draw Blood for Blood again, that would be actually more potent. Yeah. And now I'm feeling a little bit stupid, because now I'm thinking, hey, maybe we could have done it earlier, but yeah, whatever. Now, we draw Bash, I think that's sufficient with Explo. So this is 6, this is 12, 12, 18, Explo. Explo or 17, obviously Explosive is the way to play this here. Yeah, Potion for 17 is obviously amazing. Omamori, we will see how we deal with that. All in all, I'm actually pretty pleased that we didn't go for too many Elite fights. If our draw is garbage as this is, but we cannot assume that. Having the barricade already, I think Intimidate tops the Pommel Strike and Cleave play here. Also with only having one more enemy, like one more future enemy. I wonder how many question marks give curses, but I also do not mind to carry this until the 999 gold event. So I think Fire is just better than this, giving us an upgrade going here and here. Should not have problems with what we will face here or here. So in my opinion, it is Intimidate or nothing, because I really do not want to create draft another. I would just like to draft Body Slam with a Barricade later. And Body Slam is a common. So I also expect to see Body Slam. I'm even willing to buy it in the shop if we really do not find any normal Body Slams. So yeah, so I would pick Intimidate. If it's Intimidate or nothing. And we have 0 weak currently. And we also are still at 3 energy. So if it's Intimidate or not. And Intimidate is like a defensive card in the block. And also one of the few skills which actually create weak. Without creating vulnerable. Because if we say Barricade is our game plan with Entrench, we do not want to combine this with vulnerable. We do not want to combine this with attack. Yeah. Pommel draws Body Slam. What do you mean? Yeah, but it also deals damage. I do not like. I already think we have more than enough attacks in our deck as we are. What is going on here? Playing strike over defend would be 6 damage? What do you mean? That would have been 9. But that is big time Mr. Hindsight, because we didn't know. And we couldn't know. So, upgrade. Currently 1 week. Upgrade 2 week. Against the cubes, it does not matter. Against hexagons, we would still have the ability to do that. Against Knob, it's a slight difference. But I also do not see that the other upgrades are having tremendously more. Second wind will always block in against the cubes. Barricade becomes cheaper, but I do not see why that would be of concern. Maybe it's okay, because this is so useless against the cubes. So maybe it's just correct to upgrade the Barricade. It's a one-time effect though. But it might be that against the Knob we actually play this for 2 energy, but we would never play it for 3. But then again, if you plan to exhaust it, it's also not so good, yeah? But I see what you're saying. But again, sometimes you do exhaust it, right? What? Loses to ask, was Fire over question mark or enemy really the choice? Sorry? You mean whether it was correct to take the secured upgrade over a lousy question mark? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, we still want upgrades. We still want this upgraded, and this upgraded. The only question is, which one of these do we want upgraded now? Yeah, that is the only question here. Nope, but with 86, fortunately. Now, I give you one example. Yeah. If you go to a question mark and you see an upgrade, are you happy or not? Yes, because then you should actually go to the Fire immediately, because if you're happy if you find an upgrade, why not take the upgrade regardless? Yeah. Hmm. We are potionless again? I mean, at least it's only... At least we deal 4 times 3 until it's too late. So this already is 12 damage at least. Then there's another 4 because he starts a little bit lower. Our hand is considerable garbage. We could exhaust the Ascender's Bane. It's a nature pattern play. That being said, I am not sad. Naya. Against the Hexagons, I want to lose as much life as possible anyways. Utilizing your life, that's called. Yeah? So utilize your life, guys. Try to utilize your life without dying. Intimidate. I do not want to redraw Intimidate. I think Intimidating weakened this into an important turn, which is now. It's actually pretty strong. We save ourselves 3 damage. In the worst case, we take 1 more if we cannot kill this guy next turn. I do not have fear that we cannot kill him next turn because we can now play the bash. This one is not really blocking more. I would guarantee that we can actually kill because I really do not want to die, right? So if we do not want to die, I want to win with a strike draw. Yeah. So I think as things go, I'm really happy. I mean, we are collecting we are collecting a little bit of energy. We are this is actually pretty lousy. We are collecting Flex Potion, which is alright. Yeah. And we are at 19 life. Probably after the next fight, we are still at 19, which is pretty cool. Straight up. Yeah. Not more, not less. Isn't 13 HP exactly over the threshold? Yeah, but we receive from the Burning Blood. Armaments can be taken and then upgraded. I like, because it's a defensive card. And I also like against the Hexagons because it basically upgrades our entire deck for the entire duration of the Hexagons fight. No, we had the decision before and we skipped that, but now we will definitely take it. And yes, we take it over the Ghostly Armor. T-Set at least helps with Barricade turn 1 draws. T-Set helps with Barricade turn 1 draws if you draw the Barricade turn 1. Okay. What do I think of Ghostly Armor? You like it a lot? No, I don't think so highly about it. I mean, I think it's pickable, but I would pretty much pick anything else above that. As you can also see. So, yeah. This is a no-brainer. We have a decision to make. Our decision is whether we would like to blood for blood this guy, and we take 2. If we take 2, our future blood for blood also becomes cheaper, and we will be able to split this accordingly. Biggest reason is we take 2, we heal up to 23 and are exactly below the Hexaghost threshold. Barricade Second Wind is super duper. I wanted to exhaust the block because now in this turn I wanted to actually draw as many attacks as possible. Blood for blood, now as we know, considerably cheaper. Somewhat can still not kill with this. Doesn't matter too much. We just lock in as much as possible because they cannot attack like every turn. And we should be fine if we play it this way, I guess. At least that was my hope. But now we are really taking additional damage. So now I could go on Monster Tilt. We had the decision to take a little bit damage last turn. No, we had the decision not to take, you know, we could have now set up 1 for the kill. But it would have cost us 5 block to do so. And if the one guy, which we set up for the kill, is not attacking this turn, this play, well, yeah, you get the point. But now, yeah, now I'm just a little bit pissed that they are doing what they do. 3 damage either way? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I just think sometimes those are the cool things which happen. Right, so 3 life imprisonment. Now you just lose HP from a card. Yeah, we already have stuff like this. So Exhume is probably not so good. We will exhaust a lot of cards, but still. Yeah, you might say, hey, we can always at least fish Dramatic Entrance, given that we have it, but do you really want to play Dramatic Entrance for 4 energy? Because I do not. I don't even know. Maybe it's a mistake that I ignore Exhume so often, but I just don't think it's a good card. Honestly, not. Yeah. Yeah. JP, it says what? They have 3 options. Hit for 12, 8, and 0. Felt greedy not to kill one there. We could have not killed one. We could have only played 1 strike instead of 1 defend on 1. And if the one guy where we dealt damage to would have not attacked that turn, we would have been fine. Because, well, yeah. It also depended on our draw. Generally, it's a better idea. Look, we could have drawn in a way that we kill 1 slime anyways. Then we would have always had sufficient block. Now, the problem was not the slime attacks. The problem was that we drew neither the damage to kill them, nor did we draw the block to block. Yeah, like this is... Sure, I mean... But how I set it up was actually blocking instead of pushing 1 down, right? And if you push 1 down, you might... Whenever this one, which you actually attacked beforehand, does not attack you, it's dominatingly worse. Yeah, much worse. And whenever that guy actually attacks, even then it's worse if you could actually kill one, but then the additional damage doesn't kill the second one, right? So, I don't know. No, I think we did it correctly. It just sometimes, you know, does not work out. Okay. Yeah, no, we cannot take Rupture. Yeah, we cannot take Rupture. Anger to secure we have enough damage for Hexaghost. Also helps dealing damage while building up block. Yeah, but with the barricade it's just a curse. So I'm rather thinking you're right, we should check that we have enough damage. But I'm pretty sure being exactly below the threshold on the second stage of the iteration helps. I'm pretty sure barricade can help. Blood for blood can help. Hourglass does not really help because it could also be some other relic. Bash upgraded helps, but it's obvious that it should be upgraded. Second wind will definitely help, specifically in coordination with the barricade. Yeah, we can exhaust the burns, granting us free block essentially or effectively. And the armaments upgraded will upgrade all our cards. The potion will also help. So I do think we have a good fight against the Hexaghost, or at least okay fight. While Anger is a curse for later, I also have to say we will draw burns. And what do you do if you draw burns and Anger? Yeah, you cry, because then suddenly you have too much energy, right? So if you draw 2 burns in second, you get the point, right? So maybe... I mean, this will also cost 0 energy at some point. At least we will set it up in a way that this will cost 0 energy. We try to take some hits from the Hexaghost second turn, right? So, if we can. So, this will be 0 energy already. Every burn is 0 energy. No reason to pick the Anger here. It's Exhume or nothing, I guess. And so it's nothing. So. We didn't have to draw extra damage. Hourglass would have killed it. No. No, would have not. Maybe check it again. Like I mean, maybe I cannot 100, but I thought not. I thought not. Ah, yeah, blood for blood. Yes, of course, but then you would have taken immediate damage, not the blood for blood. Yeah, klar. No, the blood for blood. I mean, I was talking now about the strike. I mean, if you say you blood for blood, you immediately lose 3. I mean, that's not the best idea. Yeah, you wouldn't have had the full block if you would have played blood for blood, or if you would have played blood for blood. I'm afraid little. What is the scaling damage for Hexa? Yeah, I don't know, but it's not anger. So much I can tell you, because yeah, basically because of what we just concluded, right? I mean, we will draw burns, and anger could just mean that we cannot spend our energy. So it's not even. I'm not saying that we are super good against Hexa. I'm just telling you that, well, what do we do about it? And turn 1 anger is also horrible. Armament, yeah. What I'm telling you is if it's enough, it's enough, and if it's not enough, it's not enough. I mean, not much. I mean, bash helps, yeah. But you already see, like, if you draw an anger into this hand, that would have been actually pretty bad. Now, what is with the flex potion? We use it only if we need it, right? Well, I assume so. Unless you're telling me that these 3 attacks are now reason enough to use that. But I do not think so. 3 attacks we can probably also manage to draw later. And usually with vulnerability in tow. Maybe we can also see our draws and then decide. Even if we played only on 2 attacks, it's still okay, right? But yeah, okay. Or not. Nah, probably. Yeah, it's so quiet. Huh, quiet. There's no music. What Bixini says, there's a chance it gets more value later with 3-4 attacks while it is vulnerable but unlikely. How is that unlikely? You only need to draw 3 attacks at any given turn where he, like, in any of the next 7 turns. Like, why would that be unlikely? Now, we could have played a barricade to preserve 10, but... Oh, yeah. Weak would be really nice now. I think that's cool. Because I think we can weaken it to 1 times 6. Now, it's not only about the flex pot playing later. Maybe we can just save the flex pot. The flex potion is insane value against Act 2 elites. So, if you're telling me we can do that without using the flex potion, I'm all ears. You know? Like, that would be great if you could do... If you could pull that off. Okay. Now, while we intimidate this dude, probably. You're intimidated, my friend. And, yeah, blood for blood. I mean, there is not... not much room for decisions here. But what we do take is 1 times 6. And now suddenly we have the blood for blood more often. Which is kind of amazing. Like, for 0 energy. Yeah. Barricade play would get the barricade out of our way. I wouldn't mind that specifically because... Yeah, because it's out of the deck, but more importantly, sometimes this guy does not attack and then it's specifically important, right? So, the only other play is also on... I mean, armaments will happen. Yeah, because it upgrades 3 cards. So now... Well, yeah. Okay, cool. What? Barricade is not the best versus this dude? Yeah, but... I mean... Like, what's the point? Okay, that's slightly unfortunate, maybe? So, regarding the second wind, yeah? Should we play defend and second wind, or do we want the defend out of our way? I guess we would like to have the defend out of our way, right? The defend is just blocking... Yeah. JD Dutch Freak would keep 1 defense. I don't think we will kill enough without defense. Interesting. A defense for armaments to upgrade is surely better. Interesting. Really? I was of the opinion that we want to maximize the amount of circulation of the blood for blood and of the bash above anything else. No. Get rid of this garbage, please. Right. Like always, the flex potion has the same yeah. 3 block or upgrade on strike. The way I see it is I don't even want to spend too much energy on this non-upgraded strike. I would probably bash, blood for blood, defend plus. Next turn strike, strike. So, I mean, it seems to me that in the long run we might have a very good shot on playing these 3 with the flex potion 3 attacks. Number 1. But number 2, maybe we do not need this. This is so insane against elites in Act 2. Yeah, I can only repeat what I said, yeah. Okay, so bash. I see a card! On guard! 0 energy. Boom! 33 man for 0 energy. Yeah. I also have to tell you, I do not want to draw defense in coordination with second wind. Like, my plan is to draw burns in coordination with the second wind, if possible. Okay. Yeah, defend plus is obvious. Is it obvious? Yeah, I think so. I mean, specifically for those who like defend without upgrade. Yeah. Okay. Here we could have done the thing, right? But me do not like. I think we can maybe better do better than that. So now here we would have, okay, in my opinion, second wind to remove burns has to happen always. Yeah, and now we can also remove an armament. Yeah, that's perfect. Bash, because hey, we need to renew our subscription. Our bash subscription. Okay, whatever. Hua on guard. 33 man. Second wind. No damage taken. Okay. Right. So here we do have. Yeah, no matter how we do it, we can always play. I mean, depending, like, if you draw blood for blood, we can always play 3 attacks. Perfect for the potion, by the way. And not only perfect for the potion, but we also see exactly whether we need to do that to kill, or whether we do not need to do that to kill. Beautiful. And vulnerable infliction anyways. So no matter whether we will win or lose that fight, the execution is there. Okay. Tor. So 6 times 6. 6 times 6. And perfect, man. I'm telling you, that is great. So what is the the worst case? Worst case would have been we do not draw this, but we draw strike. We have a 15% plus 11, 26, vulnerable 39. So we would have died, if I see it correctly. This not being played if you do, but that's the same if you use the potion earlier. It's the same, yeah. I mean, that's all. I think the execution was just clean, fertig, yeah, just clean execution. On guard. And here, do you see how the blood for blood carries? You're saying, I mean, because many people like blood for blood. What did you pick? Yeah. Oh yeah, you wanted to put the other garbage. They're weak. Clothesline. You know, clothesline. Here's what we do. On guard. Whoa, 33 for 0 energy, man. This is your clothesline for you. And here, what is with the potion? You want to waste the potion? I'm all ears. Not, because this freaking potion is the amazing super power bomb in Act 2 against all the elites, man. Okay, whatever. I stop now. Okay. JD Dutch Freak says, so we dodged a 1 in 6. Yeah, you can say we dodged a 1 in 6, but we can also say that we dodged the 50-50. Because with a different execution, we might just die in half of the cases. I mean, if you see the value we gained from our cards and the result, and we preserve the potion, I mean, everything aligned, question mark, insanely, question mark. Okay, whatever. Brutality. Hey, brutality, I mean, double tap is pretty bad if we are planning on a barricade and trench deck. Yeah, I know, and trench is still missing, but I can tell you what is pretty cool for a barricade and trench deck. Yes, brutality. Because you draw cards, you lose HP, but you do not lose block, and then you can actually create a lot of block. Great. Do we pick a second barricade? Not in 100 years. But the brutality is also synergetic with... Yeah, okay. Good. Brutality, right? Yeah. What is it? 1 hour? Yeah, I take a short break. I was just thinking, these are looking all the same, these objects. These objects. I mean the same, but you know what I'm saying, right? Gotta be pyramid? No, I think it should be runic. I definitely want to pick runic here. I definitely want to pick runic here. Like 100% of the times. Okay, I'm the freaking archaeologist now. We are now deciphering the runic things. Okay. Pyramid and second wind? I see there is some disparate. I see at least nobody wants to have the runic cube. At least you're doing me that favor. So that's already pretty cool, guys. That's already pretty cool. Right. So pattern, stupid. Pattern play is probably the pyramid. Despite just ignore, like, you know, like we just take the pyramid because we ignore that we are on 3 energy, right? Because we are, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Because we want to die. I don't know. Yeah, maybe we have like a silent death wish or something like this. We want to build a barricade deck. We just pick the brutality. Now, does the brutality speak for the pyramid or for the dome? Yeah, hugely for the dome because it's extra energy. And completely not for the pyramid because it draws you 6 cards. Now, barricade. Does it speak for the pyramid? Or for the dome? Or for both? And why and how and what is to be considered? Yes. The barricade wants more energy, and definitely, most certainly, more than 3. What else? Yes, at some point we can outscale intense. What else? Yeah, yes, yes, and yes. I mean, there are only reasons for that. Yeah, barricade is obviously much better with the runic dome because the problem with the runic dome is you create block, and if your opponent does not attack, the block goes away. And if you have the barricade set up and you create block and your opponent happens not to attack you, you know what? Yeah, you just carry your freaking block over. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah. Now, asking different. Does the barricade speak for or against the runic pyramid? Yeah, hugely against the runic pyramid. Because the pyramid, what it does is, it lets you block when you need the block. So you know, you draw cards. And do you know what the biggest advantage is? Yeah, setting up the combos. But mostly it is that you can block when you need the block. So you draw blocking cards, but your opponent does not attack. Do you know what you do with the blocking cards? Yeah, you do not play those. Because then you have them next turn available. Amazing, isn't it? But with the barricade, you can just always play your block cards if they come in. Okay. The second wind is amazing with the pyramid. Is that even true? It's probably partly true. And I also have to tell you that the second wind also is not that bad if you draw 6 cards. Yeah, so I'm not, yeah. Also second wind pyramid, and it's just about the 3 energy. Do you really think with 3 energy you are happy? Because I can promise you you're not, yeah. I mean, being on 3 energy, I mean, that sucks big time, yeah. Okay, this could be a brimstone. But we want to go with this amount of gold into the shop anyways, right? I mean, there is no world where we do not go with it, the shop. Specifically, if you say that the next shop, I mean, this is garbage, and somewhat left paths are also for elites if you want that, but I really want to convert that gold. I want to convert that gold into playing strength. Yeah. Brimstone in a block deck? Yes. I think Brimstone is so broken. It's also, I mean, block. There's no entrench yet. I mean, this is not a winning condition yet. It becomes a winning condition once we collected entrenches. But currently, not so much. So, if we find a Brimstone, we are smurfing on that Brimstone. Like we just buy, I mean, obvious, right? If this is something else, I still buy it. I mean, my point is simply that with this amount of gold, you should go to the shop. Not more, not less. We do not see the intense. Dame. Yeah, not seeing intense with the anchor is also a little bit a little bit less important. Elite farming sounds weird, no AoE yet. That is true. That's why we go to the shop first and then we see what happens. Okay, what is my question? Should we use a potion because we receive 1 potion after the fight anyways? Usually that's a yes, because every life loss is also counting because we are not full HP yet. Flex potion is so good against the elite fights though. So now I'm a little bit puzzled. We could also do the Gambler's Brew, of course, if you think that is needed. Gambler's Brew would probably happen on these 3. But I'm just also curious whether I would rather like to have the Gambler's Brew when it's more important, exactly, with the daisies and all that stuff. No, Barricade would be good, but I'm just saying. I'm just showing the options, yeah. And Flex Potion we only do if you would have a kill with it, right? Otherwise it does not make sense. Okay, good talk. Somebody said we do not have AoE, but it's not true. We have 9 damage AoE already with Dramatic Entrance and Hourglass. I mean 9, this is kind of 9, you know. Yeah, he curses, so the defense was not needed, but yeah. Alright. Now it should attack for 12 or 18. Brutality is probably good. I wouldn't say no to plus addition. I mean, actually... Here we just play Blood for Blood into Second Wind, right? Second Wind blocks for 15. This exhausted... I mean, whether we play this or whether we exhausted it does not matter for turn 1. Like, for 1 turn and for 2 turns is also not that difficult difference. Like, yeah. What? Can it also buff after Hex? What? What's up? You mean this or what? I'm just saying we just preserve these and sometimes we use them. If we would not be able to kill this and with this we would be able to kill it, I would probably use it. But if we are not locked in, yeah, but whatever. These are a lot of bloods. Okay. No, this should attack for 12 or 18 if I understand it correctly. But it's good that we do have 4 energy, so I think we just exhaust these things and do this. Right? These 3 attack for 27, that's a little bit low. But still. Hmm. 27 now, maybe? Intimidate would reduce that 27 to 20. You would take 15 after having played Intimidate and Defend. Now, if you can prevent these 15 life loss, I would utilize the potion or the other one. But let's take a look first what we could do. We could deal 6. This is lower because 6 becomes 4. Now 11 would become 11 multiplied 1.5 would become 16.5 being rounded. Sorry. 11 vulnerable 16.5 weak rounds it down to 12. So after having taken a strength potion we still only deal 12 each, so that's probably insufficient. Now we could use this potion in order to get rid of I mean, I'm not willing to use both potions, probably, I mean, At least I thought I'm not willing to use both potions. Maybe now I'm thinking, hey, turn 1. I mean, it was not foreseeable, right? Or am I just saying that now as a lame excuse? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so what we could do is we could use the gamblers for 4 cards here. I mean, these are really all kind of semi-garbage, right? And then we have a new shuffle for entire new deck, which is actually cool. And I mean, because strikes, defense, I mean, that is all garbage. I don't know. Like, what is better? Second Wind Bash, Blood for Blood, all those things are better. So, I'm fishing for the Blood for Blood with the 4 shuffle. Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah, I guess so, yeah. Yeah, I think we might do a 4 shuffle. We could make a full shuffle with the, but I don't think that's clever. Maybe it is clever. I mean, this is the discard pile, so... I mean, Blood for Blood is dealing... 24 and 1 strike in total is like 30 or what. So it's not even enough if you draw the blood. Okay, we need to make it exact. 33 minus 9. Yeah, 24 plus 6 is like 30. So that would be exactly off. So we probably just shuffle 4. Where were we at? Yeah. So I was just curious whether second wind is rather what we want to see, but I guess like this. Yeah, cool. So with the idea that we will usually find a new Or do we I really have to learn the freaking patterns. Oh no, it dealt 18 because we are not vulnerable. Ah, yeah, of course. Yeah, we are not vulnerable. Yeah, klar. No, it's not random. Sometimes it deals vulnerable, sometimes it deals weak. In this case, it dealt weak, and that is the reason why it didn't attack for 27, but only attacked for 18. We also weakened it, so it actually attacked for low. It does not change my play. I would have played it this way anyways. Now, we did not draw Bash, we did not draw Blood for Blood, we didn't draw Second Wind. Okay. Biggest time garbage here. The really biggest time garbage. This is so sad. Wow. Yeah, because any of these, you know. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. I mean, okay. Yeah, that's random. This is also random, yeah. What do you mean? It's random. Yeah, of course it's random. Yeah, sometimes weak, sometimes it's vulnerable. Of course, I mean, yeah, I know it. But what I'm saying is it's not complete, you know. Like, yeah, whatever. Rather tell me whether we need to use this garbage, but probably not, because because this is blocking for 5. I'm feeling not good here. But max is 13 we take. So I do not use that flex potion here. Like, never. I do this and I just suck up whatever we take. Yeah. 13, I guess. Or nothing. Nothing would be great. Thank you. Thank you, Chosen. You're chosen to die. Okay. Whatever. No, that's good. Yeah, good result. Better lucky than good sometimes. I mean, I think we played it alright. Yeah, I think we played it alright. So, what a nice guy. Yeah, what a nice guy. Sword Boomerang, Warcry, we have a decision, guys. Because Sword Boomerang is freaking upgraded. Now, Warcry is also freaking upgraded. Where is the decision? Well, the decision is that currently we do not have the body slam yet, so we could for immediate damage take this. Unfortunately, we do have 0 strength buff currently, and unfortunately this falls off once we find body slam. Whereas Warcry is always good. I would just pick Warcry. We also just face the Chosen, by the way. Warcry is just so good for us. I mean, that Warcry comes upgraded is just so nice. Le Chef says Flame Barrier. In a barricade deck, usually Flame Barrier is not the tool, but I see and hear that you're thinking about the birds. And you're also thinking about the Book of Stabbing. And you also think, hey, Flame Barrier is on sale. So you're like, hey, and we do have the money for it. And other things are true things. What else? Happy Flower. Happy Flower is OP. Happy Flower is better than it should be. Every 3 turns 1 energy can also become manipulated. 162 bucks. I don't say no to that. Feed. Feed in a barricade deck. Very easy application. Very easy application. Yeah? Feed in a barricade deck is the incarnation of application because you can block, well, you know, until you use your feed. By the way, the same also goes for the Sunflower, because you can actually, I mean, it's not as impactful as the feed, but what I'm simply saying is you can wait until turn 2 always. Which we do not, alright? Because, no, actually we do. Unless we just came from a rest site. We should also prioritize rest sites, because rest sites give us an energy potion coming into the next fight, putting that aside. But that's another story. Somebody wants evolution. What? Why? What's the second wind? Not exactly sure. Maybe if you pick it in a card reward. Now, Primer Justin says, how impactful is extra health in this deck? Good question. We probably only need to tank 1 hit, right? And after the 1 hit, we are actually creating as much block as possible. So it is true that extra health plays probably less in this deck. And if we find a feed, well, we can still, you know, apply it, right? I mean, we can still pick it, I mean, yeah? Like, if we buy the feed now, we will lose this ability. Now, for 170 gold, how much max life would I like to see? Now, at least, let's say 15 or something. So, this has to happen 5 times before I even consider this a reasonable thing. And Sunflower, I would just buy the Sunflower. The Sunflower is really good. Is feed that good that I would buy it for 169? If there's nothing else in the shop, definitely, yeah. But the flower is just better. And the feed also goes worse later. Flame Barrier, I think we take. I mean, we haven't faced the birds yet. I think it's genuinely a good defensive and a good aggressive card at the same time. It also costs 2 energy. We just picked up energy, and it's also very good against the Book of Stabbing. So I like very much to take that card. And now we can also remove a strike. That's pretty amazing. For the 50 games, I feel 9-6 statistic insufficient. What? What the heck? Mayhem, nice shirt, coach. Yeah, thank you. It's not a shirt. It's like a semi pullover or something. I don't know. No, it's out of wool. Wool? Wool? Whatever. Yeah, let's. What? Blackheart wants to buy the feed, the flame, or the flower, and what? And the flame. Huh? What? What you're talking about, guys? Okay, I don't know. I'm completely I'm completely like confused. But I just go ahead and remove the strike here, guys. Okay. So. Oh, the flower plus flame. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, okay. I see. No. What you're saying, feed and flame or flower plus flame. Yeah, okay. I misread. I read it as feed plus flame or flower plus flame. What? Block potion is good. Yeah, but not against the strike remove, right? I mean, also, who says it's good? Currently we have an empty slot. I do not mind. Okay. No matter what it is, it's definitely killing the Mugger, because the Mugger only has 2 more HP. I am willing, if this would be impactful, to use that. Okay, it's not impactful at all. Defend. Anchor, 1000%. Hello, Anchor, whatever 1000% are. Yeah. Anchor! Anchored. Yeah, we take the 1 damage. Now Intimidate being played. These are hitting for 12 or something. 11? No, 11 I think. So this removes 4 at least. So if you kill 1, or if you can kill 1, you know. 10 plus 9 is 19. If you use the strength potion, it becomes 15 plus 16 is like 31. Now 31 does not kill this dude. Cool. So if that is the case, will you get rid of dramatic entrance? Oh, but not before strike, right? And dramatic entrance also exhausts. No, I don't think so. And it also goes into a, you know, I will never remove that over a strike, if that's the question. What? It goes from 11-11 to 8-8? No, it goes from 11-11 to 7-7. It actually rounds down like the damage. But I would intimidate, of course, anyways, because it's just less damage than if you play with the second wind. And bash, strike, second wind. And I'm really happy that we have this for energy, because otherwise I would be much less happy, I assume. Or what's my question? My question is, do we distribute the bash on the looter and put this here on 27? This goes to 24. And then we can, yeah, unfortunately not blood for blooded, right? So, now what am I saying? I mean, this is always happening, right? So now they will hit us for 6, which is not a problem. And now we can actually distribute these to our liking, yeah? And we should, I don't know, I mean, it of course hugely depends. So, this goes to 27, so we could actually kill it with a blood for blood, yeah? If he would do it. This 27. 27. We could also bring this to 19, 16. We wanna hit the back one? It blocks and attacks more. Yeah. By turn 3 it blocks and attacks more. We will kill the Mugger next turn. The only question is how. Yeah? That's the only question. Like, how do we kill him? Like, what is the best way to address him? Because you see, we will probably have a blood for blood next turn. So, this guy being at 25 would actually be, I mean, 22 would actually be the best, right? So, but if you throw this onto him, 23, now he goes to 20. Now we overkill him by 30, by 13. What am I saying? I'm saying if we strike this. Okay, something I just came to my mind. So, if upgrade Maybe we'll always be able to play this, yeah? So this is a 20, if upgrade is like 31 damage here. And that's perfect. So full focus this guy, yeah? Or is it like, did I now... Oh, it goes to 8-8. What did I do wrong? I think it's 12. They attack for 12 into 8-8 then. Next time 1 extra energy? Yeah, we have 1 extra energy. So I think the plan works. Like I wanted to now blood for blood this into strike. Like in coordination with the armaments if possible. Armaments. Well, we play the war cry first in order to be able to exhaust something else. Now, defend on top. We can kill both. Is that correct? Probably not. But just like this, right? It's like armament, blood for blood, strike. Like this. Wow, we stole 6 gold back. Funny. Potion? That was a very good result. Now our potions are full again. Our life is also decent, right? So potions full, life is decent. I like. Heavy blade garbage, warcry garbage, armament garbage. There's no decision to be made here. But okay, so there's a shop here, and we do not have gold. Hey? Kein Problem. Ja, kein Problem. Ihr seid auf der Schnitzeljagd oder was? Kein Problem. Should we take a look at the shop or not? Juicer bracelet, anchor, like wheel and medical kit, yeah? Medikit is gone. This is a very normal event. If I should have put the flower to 1, right? I put it to 0. I should have put it to 1 by not playing the strike. Okay, maybe the robber could have escaped then. I should have still probably put it to 1. Small, tiny thing. Apparitions. Usually I would not take them if I would actually lose extra life. 38 max HP means we go to 37. We are losing 19 life. I would definitely not take the apparitions. Now, why would I even think about the apparitions? Because of barricade. Apparitions, biggest downside is you draw block, you play block, but you over block. Barricade into apparitions, you do not overblock. You keep the block. Apparitions barricade also insanely synergetic. Because if you have entrench, you play apparition, you do not lose block. So you keep the block and then you duplicate and quad it. What else? Runic Dome. If you have apparitions. What? You can't see enemy intents, it seems so bad? Yeah, specifically, if you cannot see enemy intents, this is good. What are you talking about? Okay, whatever. Yeah, so we probably take it. I mean, we take it. Also synergizes with Burning Blood, because even if you take chip damage, sometimes you heal back up. Also very good with the Golden Idol. If Golden Idol shows up, we actually gain from that. Yeah. Don't think it's ever an auto pick. No, it's never an auto pick. If you actually lose extra actual life, it's actually pretty bad. I would usually advise against taking this, yeah? Usually. Dead. Okay, never mind. Nine. Okay. Yeah. Time for some potions, by the way. Okay, whatever. Okay. I will try to figure out whether we would like to use this. Currently we are talking 11, 16 with vulnerable. 11, 16 with vulnerable. Makes 32. Plus 15. And 32 plus 15 is? Yeah. So I would like to do that. No? I would like to use our force energy from the Runic Dome to block ourselves in and also play the brutality. I think this is extremely clean. I think this is extremely clean. Like, we took, how much damage did we take, guys? 1 from the power. Yeah, apparitions also become better because we have armament, just saying, yeah. Apparitions also become better because we could eventually pick a feat sometimes. Sometimes we pick a feat. If you pick a feat, it becomes also immediately very strong. Armaments also help. Obviously we need to play them here, that's without question. Warcry. Okay. Armament's back, right? Yeah. What I agree, apparitions are nice here, but they seem much worse without intense. No, the apparitions are much better without intense, because they exhaust anyways. You have to play them anyways. So if you see the intense or not, like, it's great that we do not know, like, we do not care what they attack for. Yeah. This became cheaper because we used the power. Yes, the große Kinderparty. The party is on, yeah. Okay. Chaos Computer Club, just without the computer club. Okay. Armaments. Okay. Intangible for 2. Barricade. No. Yes. Barricade armament. Yeah. Okay. Okay. This. We are intangible enough that we kill this, right? No, this can inflict weak. Okay, I don't know. It's weird. Okay. Draw Flame Barrier, Intimidate, and block. Flame Barrier deals 4. This deals 3. Flame Barrier, Intimidate, block. Would I say what? Piercing Veil is better with or without intense Piercing Veil? Guys, I make a 5-minute break. I cannot. Okay. Yeah. Ha! Ha ha ha, distraction. I just threw a decoy. Yeah. And then... Okay, no, just kidding. I mean, it's very cool if kids are kids, but sometimes if you want to stream and it's very loud. Okay. Schnitzeljagd, ja genau. Schnitzeljagd comes from Schnipseljagd, by the way. Yeah. It's not because schnitzel is like meat, you know, but it's called meat hunt, but it's not. It does not have to do anything with meat. Okay. But yes, it's a birthday party. Yeah, birthday party. And no, it's not all my kids. Alright. I forgot the situation we were in. This guy shuffles us wounds, but it does not matter because this guy will just die in the next duration of the draws. Huh? Or not, I mean, our damage... What? Well, yeah, it will. He will. Okay, alles auf den. Everything on this guy. This guy will take 7 next turn. At least. Or actually, we are out of energy. Okay, so... Does not matter because we have intangible. Actually, it's perfect. Because now, we can actually go ahead and intimidate them. I don't even know whether that's anything, but we can at least see a flame barrier into attack here, and then this dies for free. Yeah, dealing the damage, right? So this guy died. So now this guy actually hits indeed our life. Sunflower happens, we want to have Sunflower on 1. Now what is my question? My question is, do we wait 1 life for 1/3 of an energy? The answer is yes. But only if we can kill next turn. I would see that as a success. I think we end... It's not 1 life because we heal full back. Like that was what I was talking about, the burning blood. Maybe just a short words to the apparitions. So what the apparitions do is they let you lose less life per fight. Okay? So the life loss per fight is probably halved if you have apparitions. The downside, you unfortunately also only have half as much life. Yeah, so you lose half the life you would usually take, but you also only have half that much. And sometimes you might also become bursted. So now, when do they like shine? Well, in this situation we just have, then they shine. But you also see that burning blood is like 12 life gain, because usually we would take damage, but you can never heal up again by basically resting, because if you rest, well, you heal 11 life, and that is absolutely phenomenally bad. So it basically is like a coffee dripper. You cannot really rest any longer. What? This guy is still alive? What are you still doing here? Are you still here? That branch. Roger says, all fun and games until they find your relic collection. They already ripped nearly all the relics from me. That already happened. I see a corruption and dead branch scenario here. Yeah, and also just in general, right? Extra cards from the thematic entrance. Somebody asked whether it's so bad if you have so much energy and this costs 0, suddenly we just receive another card for that. Whenever we exhaust one of these, we receive another card. I mean, we do not need to talk about that. That branch with a lot of energy is actually quite potent. And fortunately enough, we actually picked this extra energy, right? So we are swimming this extra energy train here. Now, yeah. Havoc sucks. Sentinel is bad without a corruption. Juggernaut, in my opinion, is not so good. I know it actually reads we should draft it exactly in our deck. I mean, exactly if we have second wind. I mean, you could ask, hey, if Juggernaut is not good in this deck, in which deck should it be good? And I'm thinking, hey, it's just good in no deck, but I don't know. What do you guys think about Juggernaut? I mean, in our case, if it's random damage, I would like that this at least on average deals 6 times damage. Hey, maybe more, probably more. Yeah, I would like to have like... Would be good if you had Metallicize, yeah, maybe, but even then, I don't know. I just don't like Juggernaut. In order to Juggernaut like to be justified, I like this. I like the Juggernaut deals 8 times damage probably. Because it's random and it's delayed. I want that this card triggers 8 times. Yeah. Aren't we slowly building towards a deck which does not care about damage? Yeah, specifically not about random damage. Yeah, sometimes you need to take out one thing. That's why we still keep our stuff, right? Because sometimes we need to take out exactly one thing, but Blood for Blood is exactly doing that. Like, we block ourselves in, and then we strike. I mean, now we strike a little bit more often, because now we can eventually just take that branch, and then we have, yeah, then it goes pum 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 anyways. Havoc, if it would be upgrade, I would take it because of that branch now. But without an upgrade, I think we can leave it be. Yeah? What did I want to do? Yeah, I wanted to go to the fire, because the fire gives us 2 energy immediately, which is pretty damn awesome. It's really good, right? 2 extra energy. Definitely nothing to complain there. Yeah, let's go to the fire and take a free energy potion. We just did not lose any life in this fight, but that does not mean that this will continue that way. We also said that we can never heal, really, but at least we can decide here whether to go to another fire. And then again, energy into monster into this. I think I would farm elites here. Yeah, because the golden idol also does overheal us most of the times. I also like farming elites. I don't know. If we upgrade... Brutality never upgrade. Because we never want to have this in the starting hand, specifically not now when we pick the dead branch. Hey, this dead branch really also good with this T set. If you're talking about upgrades, probably we want to make singular targeted upgrades on exhaust cards, which we want to play immediately. I see Intimidate standing out there. Unless you're telling me Flame Barrier is needed to be already upgraded against the Book of Stabbing. Which we might face, right? So... most likely... There was something about the apparitions as well that maybe we could upgrade those. But I do not think so. There is something about the second and that branch. Okay, so we get a new card. Havoc. Let's play that and receive a new card. Armaments. The Clown Fiesta has begun. Oh my god. Okay. Second wind would give us a new card. Wild Strike. Yeah, we have extra strength. We are pretty decent underway. I would just play all three. I do not think that we are required to use the colorless potion, by the way. Unless, well, until we are required, right? But yeah. So let's do that. We just utilize 6 energy. Not so bad, isn't it? And then now we get the flower of super duper hyper power. Okay. For whatever reason that rhymed. Okay, I'm completely confused here. I don't know exactly what's happening. But I think Inflame Bash Strike is the most damage output. Yeah, I guess we heal back up again, so I was not exactly so concerned. But there's another barricade. This is a singular hit now. Oh man, that sucks so much. Was denn das jetzt hier? We do not have problems, but I'm just saying. Cool, now it's a single hit. Let's play the barricade, right? Weird. That's so weird. Oh, I also need to make sure that I always am spot on. Because if I'm not spot on, we might just die. You know, like missing something and we just die. Yeah, and that would suck. Okay, yeah. Shockwave. Seeing red. The clown fiesta continues. Because we have that branch we can actually kill with a happy flower on 2. We heal back to full life. Oh. No, we could not. We could not. I mean, that was what... I mean, yeah, no, that's maxing the damage. That is maxing the damage. Like what? Oh. Now we could delay one more turn if that would be a good decision, but I don't think so. Puzzle. More cards. What Prima Justin says, I feel like the branch is a bit weaker in a deck with a particular plan. Well, yeah, well, I cannot complain. Like, I don't know. I mean, if you would have an entrench already, I would agree. But hey, we don't have an entrench, so what Dark Embrace? I don't think so. We have crap loads of cards. Like what you're telling me is, please pay more energy for cards, and we cannot even play already the cards we received from the dead branch. I don't think that's a clever thing to be done. Hey. Hey. Shrug It Off is upgraded. There's a problem with Shrug It Off upgraded in the Barricade deck and in a deck which, if it drafts a Corruption, wins immediately. Yeah, exactly. No problem, right? We also have a lot of energy, and Shrug It Off is just a good card. Yeah, let's pick the Shrug It Off. What's up? What's up? Oh, the mermaid. Naja, you might argue Shrug It Off also draws. Yeah, but it also gives you 11 block by doing so. Okay. Maybe after Corruption Dark Embrace becomes much better. Yeah, but also maybe not, because while once your deck is exhausted, it's exhausted, and you don't want to tell me that we have a problem with too little cards. If he exhausts cards, they go into that branch, they might exhaust again. Yeah. I mean, if you find there a corruption, the game is gone, right? I mean, ceramic fish? Maybe just, take the key. Fishy, I mean... Fire Elite. It seemed to me that we don't have much problem with elites. There's just a feeling. I mean, but this gives us extra energy, though. With that range, there's no need for card draw any longer. No, absolutely not. And Runic Dome is also carrying quite sufficient. Same goes for apparitions and all that stuff. So, what about the slavers here? I mean, the slavers was just so easy because we had like 5 extra strength last time. But now we actually have that branch and we also have colorless potion. So we still have potions. We still have the hourglass and we now even have more relics. So I think I would just do that. Right. So this is like a really bad hand. It's still not the end of the world. I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out it's really bad. So I think I use this potion. Or is it stupid? I mean, currently we block for 25. They, let's say, attack force for 35 or something. Yeah, I'm thinking about entrance first. But what do you do if this is something which gives vulnerable? Dual wield. Wow. Master of Strategy? Question mark. What is Chrysalis? Shuffle, not good. Chrysalis is possible, but not so good, right? Fist of Steel, Flash of Steel. No. Flash of Steel is almost a Master of Strategy. Yeah, you wish. You wish. But a Master of Strategy is a Master of Strategy. That's quite better, right? Like, so much better. It's not even remotely close. So give me these freaking cards. Oh, yeah, the Warcry is so good here. So we Warcry. We draw 2 cards, we put one on the top, and then we draw another one, like we create. Yeah, dual wield is not good. I don't know. There is something. Armaments, dual wield, double wild strike. Armaments, dual wield, double wild strike. Yeah. Armaments, dual wield. What am I even talking? Yeah, this is just so bad. That's bad. If it would be a triple wild strike, it would be a completely different story, but it's not. So what do we put on top? Our ingenious master plan is armaments. Buried Kate back, you say? We have Intimidate, Armaments, Triple Defend. Yeah, and then we over defend. Why would we do such a the village thing? Armaments, Intimidate, and see what we get. Yeah, first of all we get a random card first. Put back defense. Yeah, or we put back Wild Strike. What about that? I mean, it's also possible. If you put Barricade back, most likely Barricade. Like, what do we want with a Barricade, please? So now we create a new card. It's a Disarm. Okay, Disarm pretty much sucks. Okay, Armament's Intimidate. I think that's pretty clean. So weird. Das ist so weird. I mean, was ist denn das für ein Schwachsinn? Was ist denn, warum ist denn das so dumm eigentlich? I mean, we have like stuff. I mean, Barricade Second Wind, this is like winds here like apparition. Was geht hier ab? What's going on here, guys? So 14, 13, 8, 9, 9, 6, 24 most likely, sometimes only 22. We already have 15, so 22 or 24. We want to take damage, otherwise Centennial Puzzle does not affect. If we want to take damage, we are maximally allowed to play one more block here. Now, we could play something like a Disarm onto something where we think we will farm the last. So Disarm on this Taskmaster would be a potential play. Hey, fake it till you make it. Thank you very much for your 45 months subscription. That's amazing. Man, if that would have been like a little bit, you know, okay. No reason to complain here, just saying. So now we take 20 to 22. I'm seriously thinking Wild Strike Whirlwind. We will regenerate up anyways. So we take 7, who cares? But we do definitely care about Wild Strike Whirlwind if we do not draw any of these apparitions, I tell you. Is there some alternate? I mean, this is always happening, or what? Not even, but yeah. Alternate. We even gain 1 from this. Yeah, the alternate is not whirlwinding for 5, yeah. I mean, there's also the play where we just block in. We draw only 5 cards though. But we draw at least 1 block, which is not so bad. And last but not least, we will draw also some apparitions at some point, which is also not the end of the world. We also exhaust 1, so we automatically draw 1 more. And we really want to kill the last guy because he can stop our attacks. Yes, but I mean, probably better this than this, right? I mean, stopping attacks is not so bad if you have apparitions, but I guess we just play it this way. Exhume. Yeah. Did the middle one just attack us for 3? For 3. Loser. Okay. The 20 damage will still come in. Yeah. So Flame Barrier alone would already be sufficient. We could play a Barricade Flame Barrier play here. That's absolutely viable. I'm just curious, is this just more block or what? No. It's like 2. I mean, in 1 energy, this is probably better, yeah. Could also exhaust this now, not like setting up the Barricade. Some would have the feeling that the Barricade is actually quite nice to have. What? You have like 5 energy? That's why? Or we would like to have 5 or what? What's going on? I'm currently thinking if we just play... Oh, too little, yeah. If we just play Barricade Flame Barrier, we're just fine, right? I mean, these guys are probably attacking now for 20. We take 4. We laugh at them, they probably take damage. If this curses us, we do not have a problem. I guess that's that. And then we do not care because we have apparitions. Master of Strategy to apparitions? I don't think I want to play apparitions here. These are completely harmless. They are fishes. They don't even attack us for sufficient. Look at this. Here, 9 damage, who cares? 3 damage, who cares? Here. Like, they are meeklings. Yeah, vulnerable we are. Okay, and so on. We have apparitions now. Yeah. Play your position. And we also receive blood for that. That's amazing. So blood for blood, triple apparitions, brutality. Yeah, okay, triple apparition always happens, yeah. I mean, let's just play that. I mean, triple apparition is just very good. And, yeah, Fiendfire, brutal. Yeah, also brutal. Oh, jetzt können wir den... Yeah, but this is also... I mean, if you're invulnerable anyways, you can also just kill this dude here, probably. For... Yeah, with this. Yeah, or we burst this away. I mean, it's also okay. 3, 6, 42, Interesting. Yeah. And then we never redraw it again, but we do have a Whirlwind here. Okay. So, all paths lead to Rome, honestly. I do not think it matters tremendously what we do here. Yeah. If we... yeah, Fiendfire also might give us zeros, yeah. But this goes to 1, we take 3. So yeah, it's probably this is the safest, I feel. We take 2, then we take another 1. It's good that we have Burning Blood, otherwise it would be really painful, I'm telling you. Yeah. So... What about this into Fiendfire? Let's armaments first, then we also create some block. Hemokinesis, Anger and Dual Wield. Yeah, Dual Wield shines like always. I mean, Hemokinesis is like losing 3 life. Actually, that's only life loss 1, right? You're only losing 1 life, is that correct? Yeah, mostly. Not that it matters. Okay. Seems I'm getting ambushed again. Okay, we do not heal for like every fight, like 6. It's like really amazing. Every fight 6, guys. It's really cool. But we want the flower on at least 1. So I'm willing to take 1 more damage here. That's fine. We can take 1 more. It's okay. The stone calendar is as potent as the nice potion we just received. There's a power through. You think power through is it's I mean, we have second wind as well. So we could exhaust the wounds theoretically, and isn't Power Through just a good card? And with the Dead Branch, the wounds are less impactful or less annoying. And if we ever get to a fire, we can also upgrade it for 5 more block. Or do you, and we also already have kind of a blocking theme? Or do you think that card is just not good enough? We also do have base defense still, so they are not really impactful. So I'm also just thinking that maybe if we can find, okay, let's say we pick this now. We could also, and we also open ourselves up to an evolution pick later, and it actually also helps us to block effectively until we are out of the woods. It's also, if you have, like, if you find an entrench, we do not mind that we redraw the wounds, because hey, by the time we redraw the wounds, this thing just created a lot of block. Just create a lot of block. Yeah. Okay. I mean, we are doing fine, right? I mean, we are smoothie, like smooth sailing. No, probably. Okay. At least it feels like a lot of smooth sailing. So, ooh, yes. We have 2 options here, guys. Okay, this is completely absurd now. No, I just wanted to make a joke, guys. I just wanted to make a joke. I just want to make the joke, hey, we do have 2 options here, and which of these options would you probably take? Like, that was my joke, but now I'm realizing, hey, you probably... Okay, this is dumb. Wait, do we lose the life loss and then we get like 3 extra cards? That's amazing. Okay, yeah. Alright. Clown Fiesta activated. Massive Clown Fiesta activated, guys. The Clown Super Fiesta is on. Mega Clown Fiesta coming through. Huh. Do we receive new cards because these exhaust? That's pretty funky. That is pretty funky, guys. This is the biggest Clown Fiesta on Earth, guys, seriously. I mean, literally, like, I mean, really. Do you see what's happening here? It is still intangible, by the way. Yeah, that's a lot of great cards, guys. A lot of great cards are coming. Ooh. Yeah. That is so interesting, guys. I think we could wait for a feat, but I think there's something in the code that we can actually not... Oh, feel no pain. That was needed. I think there's some... We definitely wait for the flower, though. There is something in the code which actually prevents us from receiving feed, or is there something in the code which prevents us from receiving heal? I think there is something in the code which prevents us from receiving heal. I think we could receive a feed, but we are also losing 1 life per turn, so we better end it when the flower is on 2 or on 1. I would like to end it with the flower on 1, because there's a fire before this, and there's a Centennial Puzzle. Putting that aside, we also have the Stone Calendar coming through. So we do not even have the choice. But I would like to have the flower on 1, not on 2, because we will receive extra energy turn 1. And max life is also nothing, I say no to it. And there are also max out potions, by the way. Yo, this is mana intense. I do not see why we would pick anything which is mana intense, but I also do see a war cry. Now, open question. What about that war cry if you receive like a random dead branch card? Is that something which is suddenly viable? Question mark. I mean, we draw, we put something. I think it's viable, right? It gives us so much more options. It can be upgraded with the armaments, then it's actually really useful. J, D, Dutch Freak would skip Y. You receive an extra card, you can manipulate the top of your deck, you can also prepare for next turn, and for that you also receive a random card. Oh, feet is labeled as healing. Interesting. So I take the Warcry, right? Also, if you find corruption, it should definitely also become positive. If it's about the upgrade, I would upgrade the one which gives 5 more block, right? I mean, actually Intimidate. Intimidate ought to be quite strong by now, right? Yeah, absolutely. Will always become played, and 2 week is absolutely better than 1 week for sure. Now this is one of these fights where not knowing enemy intents might be a little bit scary. So yeah, I guess we start with 5 regen. Okay. Now, well, I mean, yeah, whatever, right? I mean, we start with this. This could hit us, but we have 10 block automatic, so no worries there. Next turn we draw extra cards, so no worries there. I manipulated the Sunflower so that we have more energy next turn, so that is that. We know that the Wizard of Oz doesn't shoot us next turn, which is good. We even receive an extra card with the Ascenders. So now we could pump this with the potion, but I'm not so unhappy if this attacks us next turn, honestly. So I would not even pump it down. I would actually attack this, put something on top of the deck, which is interesting because now I just realized that we should have played this first, but that's also a first one for me, so never mind about this. So this will most likely attack us now. Yeah. So fortunately we received this extra energy. Fortunately we do know that this does not attack us. Unfortunately we did not receive an apparition. Fortunately we can still dig for it. This is the biggest clown fiesta. This is the biggest clown fiesta. Okay, I mean, it's okay. Now this could also summon minions, so I would really like to bring the Barricade Plus online. Shrug It Off is a play. And also a good one. Apparition Barricade. Here we go, guys. Oh, he rallies? Really? Wow. Wow. We could full focus down. Are you kidding me here with the war cries? Okay, Clown Fiesta continues. War cry first, probably. I don't know exactly what I'm doing here. But we got a double tap. I could second wind for the specific spice of a Clown Fiesta. Okay, that is right. So now there is so much crying. No, nobody cries here. What are you talking about? Fire breathing, maybe our opponents cry here because he shoots us now for 30 in the face, but unfortunately it's only 1. Metallicize? No, I think fire breathing. I mean, we are breathing here. Like here. Reckless. Daze. Combo. Just focus Grandin, right? We want that he attacks all the time, I don't know. Okay, but we are weak and frail then. Maybe that was bad or whatever. Boom! 6 damage AoE through the fire breathing. Now, I was just thinking as long as we are intangible, you know. Right. Intangible means we only lose 1 life. The perfect strike deals 12 damage. Currently. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. These freaking... These stupid minions. I think we should probably target them down. I don't want that they become too strong. No, actually we are still intangible for 1. So not even so sure. I just don't want to find myself in a situation where we can suddenly not deal with them any longer. Because, I don't know, because some stupid nonsense, you know. So maybe before that stupid nonsense happens, we rather kill them regardless or whatever. So, Hemokinesis cost 1 life if you want to do that. I don't think we want to do that. But I might be mistaken. Yeah, because it's the last turn of intangibility. So this guy now already has 10 strength, so he will hit hard, but he's weakened as well. Yeah, I guess we should not worry. I'm just saying before we cry, you know, better be safe than sorry. Reckless charge, yeah, that's cool. This is cool. Currently still 14 damage. Already 14 damage, guys, and still counting. And still counting, guys. 14 still. Are you kidding me? And I tried so hard. Choose a card to upgrade. Feel no pain. Yeah, more life loss, not interested. Not exactly sure with the Exhume. We have different options here. Fire breathing. Right. And no combust. We could play the Sure Soul. Oh no, actually we can just manually exhaust them. Bludgeon. Finally, guys. Finally. Finally something which deals damage. Still 14, by the way. Yeah, we want the Sunflower on 2, by the way. Yeah, we are still intangible, so the ultimate blast is a little bit less threatening. But fortunately, there's an Exhume. Oh, I want the flower on 2. For the cost of 1 life, and we went to the... No, we want it on 1. Because we go into this fight, yeah, you see the point. A Regal Pillar, wow. So good, guys, so good. Whenever we rest another 15 life. Blessing of the Forge. is useless, right? It's just not so versatile. We already have a lot of upgrades. Could be impactful though. We also received new cards which are not upgraded. And sometimes an upgrade on these might also be helpful. But it's not better than Vulnerability Potion, or is it? There's a Bloodletting upgraded. For the cost of 3 life. Honestly, I think we should take it. There is a the reason? I'm not even kidding, the regular pillow can play. Let's say we are at 10 life. We can actually rest, and instead of receiving 10, we received full life, which is pretty amazing. Bloodletting, as long... Exactly. As long as we are intangible, it only costs us 1 life. And we will have too many cards. So if we do not find another energy source, very often the Bloodletting will just give us 2 extra energy. Just like this. Just 2 energy, you know. Which is pretty cool. What is the downside? It's even upgraded, I don't know. I mean, Fire Breathing is, you know, it's... You guys want that card? It's cool, right? I guess it's okay or not. Or is it the cake? The cake was amazing. It was really tasty. But most likely also unhealthy. Well, that's what cakes do to you. I have to ask with the Bloodletting, guys. For me, it seems it's viable. We are most of the times intangible. I would probably estimate an average life loss being 2, but only if we need it. Otherwise, obviously, we do not play it. But average life loss, I would put to maybe 2, 1.5 maybe, and for that we receive 2 energy. I mean, compared with an offering that is not even so bad. It plays with the apparitions, and very often we want to be faster than 3-turn setup. I think it also plays with the barricade. And now Custard Lemon says we definitely prefer seeing red. Yeah, true, but we do not have an egg, so seeing red not upgraded is also not that much better, I don't know. I also think we can kickstart in tough fights with it. I do not mind it too much. What was with the vulnerable thing? Can be okay, right? It's better than the upgrade. Most likely. Now Tiger Bash says enough draw in the deck, mana doesn't seem to be an issue. Oh yeah? Did you ever see us playing our hand in the recent fights? Because I certainly didn't. So... I mean, is there a singular turn where we actually empty our energy? No? Because then energy is usually a good idea if that's the case. I think Whirlwind for 4 is a bait. If this 6 times attack us, it would have died anyways. If it doesn't, I think we do not complain. Then it just dies later. Alligator. I would refrain from playing the second brutality. I do not think that is needed. No, I never see us actually spending our energy. I think it's actually pretty good that we have some extra energy, honestly. I mean, I just, you know... Hey, sometimes a random body slam stops by and says hello. Cool. Yeah. Even now, I mean, okay, now you say, oh, but now we have too much. I mean, that's like kind of a little bit sad that, you know, we draw it exactly when, I mean, come on. Okay. Okay, flower on 1 is what we want, so just pass here. The one turn where we draw it, we have too much energy, guys. What a troll. Okay. Yeah, we talked something about evolve, and that evolve. I forgot about the point. Like, did we say evolve is something which you can pick because we have too many cards all the time? No, I remember we said maybe because we picked second wind and because we have power through, evolve might be a possibility. Is that a true statement or is that statement wrong? It's probably okay, right? Because the later the game becomes, the better the evolve also. Like, it's rather a late game card, the evolve, isn't it? Because, I mean, the late enemies will usually shuffle you bad stuff into your deck. Now, Prima Justice says you just have a full hand anyways. Well, yeah, sure, but would an evolve help us? Or would it just... I mean, we do have an anchor, so turn 1 we are usually not becoming punished. And we also do have a direct open with Dramatic Entrance into random. Lemonite personally does not like evolve at all. In most cases where it would be good, it just clogs our hand. Right. So, we can smith, we can recall. I'm thinking... probably Smith, because we do not have anything else to do. But Smith is also not that great, but still better than nothing, right? Walker gives us another card. Power Through gives us 5 block and Apparitions. Usually we play Apparitions anyways, right? So I would not even upgrade Apparitions. Evolve Plus might be worth taking later though. Yeah, we will think about that. So the power through is just extra 5, right? I mean, usually no reason not to upgrade this. Now we could have upgraded an apparition, I believe. Because we might have want to have apparition upgrade against the champ. No? Maybe. No, because we have barricade. Okay, never mind. As a matter of fact, we really have barricade. Oh, Sentinel, nice. Nice exhaust here. Searing Blow. We can upgrade that many times. Not even kidding. We can really upgrade that many times. Yeah, we always prioritize block over... We always prioritize the block. Yeah, I don't know exactly what I'm doing here. I just play down the cards. Oh, that's block, yeah. Yeah, just play the block, right? I mean, whenever we can play brutality is interesting. Yeah. Do we have any interest in brutality? I don't know. It's probably fine. Does the deck has what? Tiger Bot asks the right questions. Does the deck have an entrench? Blackguard also says something about body slams. I'm telling you, our deck does not have entrench or body slams currently. But that does not mean... Yeah, here Bloodletting is currently 3 life, unfortunately. We have something which exhausts. Oh, Bloodletting also lets us... oh yeah, we were talking about the 1 life. Yeah, obviously, because Blood for Blood also becomes cheaper if you do that. Yeah, no-brainer, no-brainer. Yeah, Power Through... Yeah, I don't really need. I mean... Just like... What is this? 9 damage, yeah? Now, it's not good that we receive wounds in our deck, right? We do not have wounds in our deck. I don't think so. So... Oh, this is actually exhausting. So we have an infinite stream of new cards. I like that. So this exhausts... this? Spot weakness. Yeah. Seriously? Okay. So at some point we have to clarify what to do with this dude. So currently we are setting a block with a barricade, which is pretty awesome. Now, for some people, some people would not even have 4 energy per turn currently. Most of the people would have had like 3 energy in this fight. I mean, I was wondering why people are dying all the time with the Ironclad, but I think I figured it out. No, because if you I mean, if you have 3 energy in even a pyramid, you just lose that fight, you know? I mean, you just lose. Like, 3 energy is nothing. Like, we are sitting here with 4 energy, 4.4 energy per turn, and we are crippled, kind of, right? I mean, we are, like, sitting here. We are really trying, you know? We are really trying. So, I'm a little bit afraid. This guy will pump himself up once below 220. So, yeah. That's not so cool. So... So this is something we would like to exhaust. Permanent bash is definitely not so bad. Thunderclap also is, you know, we could draw a card. We do not want that because then we upgrade the wrong stuff or what. So we could draw a card if it's wound. Okay, fine. If it's not wound, okay, but that's 5 block at the moment. We want the 5 block, right? Yeah. Okay. This is so weird. I mean, we are sitting here, we are still in its first iteration, and we just do not get this freaking armor up. And he did not even strength buff himself a singular time. We are always investing everything into block, and we are just not getting the armor up. Our entire deck is upgraded, we are just not getting the armor up. It's so weird. Yeah, we just need a body slam. We are not getting this freaking body slam. Oh, actually, we can exhaust the wounds. We should create as many wounds as possible so that we actually have stuff to exhaust. Okay, that is so freakingly absurd, but it is what it is. At least we can cycle the barricade now. Now we need a lot of wounds in the deck because these wounds... Oh, yeah. Oh, no, actually, I'm wrong. What the heck? We can just buff our... Mann, das ist doch Wahnsinn, Mann. Hey, we can just upgrade our... Hey, oh, boy, okay, we can just... I'm refraining from using the bloodletting. We take 1 damage per turn. I want to live. I mean, actually not. Actually, we can probably just use it. 2 energy has to be better than 3 life. We don't have infinite time, I feel, and I mean, on the other hand, we actually do not want that this guy becomes stronger. We become stronger slower. I mean, slower. Yeah, we become stronger slower. A very clever sentence. Okay. No, I mean, we have the tools we do have the tools to punish this by basically, you know what I'm saying, right? He does not really hit hard enough in order to punish us because we have enough energy and we have enough block creation. So we should actually get ahead here. And we should definitely not proc him at any point if possible. So rather doing stuff like... I mean, Flame Barrier Plus is a good card. I do not want to exhaust that card, right? No, because it's block, yeah. I mean, I have to ask. If we just stall, we should be okay, right? Because spot weakness is buffing us faster than... Right? Or how much do we take? 20? We can just create that with block, right? Yeah. We are losing block currently. A little bit. I mean, now we're at 50. We were at 60 at some point. I don't know what to do. I mean, we are sitting here. I'm still waiting for my extra strength. I'm still waiting for power through into some wounds. Based on how this fight goes, Evolve was probably the play. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I take a 5-minute break, but we can also talk about stuff. Meanwhile, we need some kind of game plan here. I think we are doing this with this. We are facing the champ. I'm actually getting a little bit annoyed here. I mean, that's a little bit... I don't know. I mean, we have extra freaking energy, don't we? We have extra freaking energy, don't we? I mean, like, what the freaking heck? Like, what the fuck is that? Seriously. I mean, like, cool. I mean, we could have already had 12 strength, that being said. I mean, we didn't get 12 strength, cool. Armaments could have upgraded, like the blocks did not happen. Now there's something about the evolve, we could have had the evolve. Naja, I don't know. I mean, it's like, yeah, this evolve, I mean, was was the reason? I mean, was ist denn mit dem Evolve? Das Evolve ist doch einfach mal eine Karte. It's only one freaking card, like we are crippled, like why did we not think about that fight? Yeah? It's just... The Evolve would have probably drawn us like, what, 30 cards? Ich meine, das ist doch einfach nur dumm, ja? One energy, one card, I mean, if it's okay, like we draw 3 cards, I mean, yeah. Bronze just didn't give any scaling. Yeah. But we could have also known better and we could have just taken the Evolve. Yeah. Yeah. This is so bad. Okay. We have at 60, now he hits maybe or not, but Pritzos 40. We are losing life, we are losing block at the moment, yeah? Not tremendous, but we are losing block at the moment. A little bit. Peu à peu. What do we do against that? I mean, once this guy becomes angry, it will become worse, right? So we cannot, like, stall him out or some nonsense like this. I mean... I could play the Pummel to receive a random card. His plated armor is going to get out of control. No, his plated armor just stays the same. So I do not care, but his strength will come out of control at some point. The way I see it is we can create more exhaust by dual wielding Pummel, but the other thing is simply that we can also create a lot of new cards by second winding wounds. So I'm thinking, I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, this is stupid, I don't know. I'm thinking exhaust card creation nonsense, let's say this, yeah. And this is also not good. Yeah, we just take it until we die or what? I mean, that's actually relatively stupid to just tank until we die, honestly. It does not feel exactly, you know, ideal. Especially not after I actually exhausted all our blocking cards. Which I also did, right? I mean, we have some blocking cards. I just happened to exhaust them. Not really, right? We still have Shrug It Off. Power Through is still there. Flamebearer is still there. No, I did not even exhaust our blocks. As a matter of fact, we just didn't receive any from the dudes. So, yeah. Cool. Ah, but sometimes you just... Oh yeah, now this is really good. Because now this is really good. Look, 4 strengths, yeah? Now just keep it on because, you know, we still have block available. We are getting stepped down to 14. And now we just die. I mean, this is the incarnation of stupidity, honestly. I don't know. I don't like it. Like, not at all. Obviously, I do not like it, yeah? So how much can we actually create? I mean, what are we? What are we? Are we vulnerable for 5, frail for 2? Like, what the heck is that? Okay. So, if we go all out now, right? So, we play Bash, Twin Strike, Wild Strike, for example. So, this is like... I mean, it's not bad, right? I mean, it's 60 damage. 60 plus 20 is like 80. Now, then he does something else. We attack again. And then we die. Unless the second wind does something for us. I mean, currently we have 60 damage sitting here. I don't see... He's vulnerable and the split, so Bash does not do much. So what you're saying is we should play this and this instead, yeah? Could we die this turn? I don't know, but we have to do something, no? I mean, we have to try not to, like, we gain one more turn if we... Don't we gain one more turn if we... What are you waiting for? To die or what? I mean, it's like, yeah, sure, yeah, cool, awesome. Yeah, of course we can wait until we die, but hey. I mean, now we are at 2. I think I'm pretty happy that I went out because, you know, with 2 life, we are really on the brink of dying. So, if we would have not done this turn, yeah, if we would have not played... Also vulnerable, we can just re-inflict. But I'm just telling you, we would have just died if we would have not went. I mean, maybe we die anyways, but, you know. Okay. Oh, the Bash. Yeah, the Bash. Interesting. Okay. This does okay. Huh. Maybe it's enough. Yeah, of course it's enough. Because we are playing top notch, man. 28, 61, 36, 61, 25. You only need to fish something from this. That branch and we are good. Yeah. Spot on gameplay. And we even have the fire potion. So we only need to get one attack card from this or this. We are winning. Yeah. Not bad, right? Not bad at all. So, not even kidding. This is 39. 39, this is like 36, so 39 plus 30 is 75, 95. Yeah, we only need to create like 5 damage. From this or from this. Yeah. Super einfach. Super easy. Yeah. Wait, we also have this? Wait, what? Really? This is 39 plus 36 is like 75. Plus 15. 90. 100. 10. Ja, easy win, ja? Ja, klar. Ja, easy win, man. Ja. Not even close. My question... Also, we play these two always. Do we also play this? No, we play this first so that we can also play 2 attacks. Like 2 attacks? I mean 2 energy attacks. Second wind. Second wind gives us 3 new cards. Shrug It Off only gives us 1 more card. Now because 3 is bigger than 1, Hemokinase is exactly what... Okay. No. So we play the Pummel. Yeah. Blood for blood. Ja, easy. Ja, super easy fights, man. Perfect potion utilization, card check. Ja, pff. Ja, easy. Who thought that we would die there? Like, dying. No way, man. I mean, yeah, we are not like called like the Pepegas for no reason. Okay, whatever. I don't even know what Pepega is. Maybe at some point somebody will explain it to me. Yeah, feed. Yeah, feed is pretty cool, right? Exhaust, attack, max HP. Amjad makes a point. We also have the option to exhume into apparition. Which would be the only spot where I would actually even consider exhume. Prima Justin says Juggernaut would have done over 100 damage during that fight. Well, to be precise, we would have just lost if he would have had Juggernaut, right? Because then he would have went under 220 and then he would have smashed us for 100 damage per turn or something, or 66 damage per turn. I also believe that feed is probably the way to go because we have even a Regal Pillar, right? So if we actually, we can stall to feed because of the barricade, we already explained that. It exhausts in the worst cases, but usually we will be able to apply it. Once we increase our life total a little bit, we even have options like Regal Pillar, which is pretty damn insane, but also just in general. It seems pretty clean. I have to say that Exhume actually gets like two triggers, which is also pretty cool, but yeah. Yeah, Exhume triggers that branch twice, I know. 3 HP is like 10% each application. Yeah, I wouldn't see it in percentage, honestly. I mean, I'm just thinking, I'm just curious whether we need the extra apparition in whatever fight. And it's only if you draw Exhume later. But, nah, I mean, we don't need to talk about it. Extra apparition is nice. I mean, there's like, who would argue with that, right? I mean, yeah, extra apparition is pretty damn awesome. I'm just curious, this feat, Is it not just too late? I mean, I know you're talking about 10%, but I think taking a look at it percentage-wise is just like a wrong way to look at. What am I saying? I'm saying if you start with apparitions, we usually do not take damage in the fight. And if we create block and already have block, we also do not take damage in the fight. So why do you think it's important to have max HP? Yeah, more apparition, more block stacking. I like the axiom. Yeah. I think it's simply also too bad, too late for the feat, honestly. What Panda Panic says, I think feat with the dome is much harder to execute. Yeah, but not really, because we will have barricade and apparitions. So I think that's fine. I also have to tell you that somewhat tells me that Axiom is also pretty versatile if we exhaust so many cards. I mean, then it's like a tutor, you know? Like, most of the times you take an apparition, but yeah, sometimes you can also take something else. I know taking, I mean, why would we take, would there be the more HP? Like, in which scenario does it matter? I asked different. Like, when does it matter? It doesn't, right? It just does not. No, Axiom is not random, it's targeted. So when does it really matter? Low HP makes brutality bad? Not really, we always heal 6. If the hard fight goes long, not so sure, not so sure. You're saying, you know what, I mean, how would 30 life more or less matter? It's not even 30 life, it's probably less. It's a clean axiom. Finally, the Joker. Yeah. Joker must be super dumb with our loadout. Like, really dumb. I see Busted Crown. I see Sozu. I believe we should pick the energy. Sozu? You want Sozu? Because we want corruption and we want entrench. And you're saying if we take the Sozu, we increase our chance to find entrench. And corruption. Body slam as well. We have double potions already, right? No, definitely not the Joker. The Joker was never on the table. It was just about the potions. I would prioritize a shop. Because if the shop... we have keycards we are looking for, right? I would even prioritize 2 shops, yeah? Because we have keycards we are looking for. We are looking for corruption, body slam, and entrench. I would buy them with hard currency. Each singular one. So now from hero, like from 0 to hero, now we won the fight. And now we just play Clown Fiesta again. I somewhat, I don't know, guys. I mean, seriously. I mean, okay, this is, yeah, what you know what I'm saying, right? I mean, this could have also happened in the other, like, this could have actually happened, you know? That's a nonsense. Yeah, I should have not played the 1 damage or what. Ah, whatever. Who cares, right? Is it really that bad, the 1 damage? I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, we gain 6 life per fight. That's like a yeah, I'm spewing a little bit around. I should not. I should not. I mean, even Rupture is good. So how do I spew around? Yeah, by taking 3 damage for no reason. Yeah, whatever. Oh, actually, I could have maybe find something. Yeah. So 5 life less. Should not do that. Probably lost. I should have just not played the 1 life per turn. Next time we have that setup, I just don't play that and be heal full. Right. Nothing. Exhume on top. Inflame. Strike. Brutality. No potions, of course. Yeah, I guess one of them attacking is standard. Apparition, apparition, exhume, apparition. Juggernaut, feel no. Okay. To stop that clown fiesta. 1-time bloodletting, please. Juggernaut into second wind. Wahahaha. Das ist echt nicht mehr. Right. Okay. So we need to end this fight ASAP as soon as possible. Whenever we game block, something nice happens as well. Barricade. There it is. Armament defense. Can we prevent taking 1 more time damage? Like this, right? Flower also goes to 1 like this? No, we take 1 more damage. Such an annoyance. One slows the barricade, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I take the battle trance, it's just like upgraded. Now we have apparitions. for 6 turns, because we have 4, which are coming again like 6, which might come again like 7. If you have a second Exhume, we can circulate them with the spoon into apparitions. So we always spoon them, and if they do not exhaust, we gain an apparition back. The exhaust cards. If they do not exhaust, they don't give us a new card though. Yeah, Randy says that branch and spoon isn't exactly synergy. Technically it's like 8. Well, technically it's deviating to 8, but you cannot really call it 8, right? It's like the same, like the runner never reaches the 100 meters. Okay. Because he runs 50 meters first, then he runs 25, then he runs 12.5 and all that stuff. But yes, I see where you're coming from. And, but yes, the spoon is not exactly a synergy with the dead branch. Actually, it's actually quite garbage, right? So, somebody says, what Art of War is nice as well? Yes, because we do not have that many attacks currently. So Art of War could be very nice. Do we want more an immediate effect, or do we want lasting power? I want an entrench, a barricade, or a body slam. At least no one is suggesting the stage show. Yeah, at least. Yeah, that's true. I mean, the exhaust will give us attacks, but we do not want to play the attacks. The spoon and the branch is not synergetic, but again, it could give us a little bit more apparitions, but only after we redraw them. I don't think we want. Yeah. So it's definitely the Art of War. I like that very much. Gives us potential. Keep the rest of the money unless we want to remove a strike. That could actually make a lot of sense. Until here we actually found newfound riches. And maybe we can now farm question marks and elites. What did we say about fires? I forgot about that, but if we go to a question mark, we can even buy a red mask. Maybe. I mean, strikes are just straight up blanks, right? We do not want those. Like strikes. But we also want to have enough money. Yeah, save the money, but we could also just remove the strike. It's like 60, 100. We will always have probably enough money to buy what we want. And let's say we would go to the... Okay, my question, do we go to question marks? I heard madnesses are pretty madness if you have like that branch. Because you play madness, you receive a new card, but at the same time you also receive discount. So madnesses are just good, right? And I also heard we do not pay much life for that. There's one thing where we lose 10 life, which is a little bit annoying, but it's okay, I guess, because we can also pick the exhaust stuff. 999 gold with a memory seems fine as well. Ooha. Yeah, we should absolutely prioritize question marks. I forgot about our memory. So let's please remove this strike. Now, specifically after we bought the Art of War, the strike remove is of uttermost importance. And please let's farm as many question marks as possible. Yo, Omamori use. Omamori comes very handy here. I was never as happy to see this without intents like this now. Usually I'm really unhappy to see this with no intents. But currently I'm actually quite reasonably happy. Now here we really have to pay attention that we kill this a little bit faster. I mean, if possible. Tschüss. Viel Spaß noch. Ciao. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we just assume that it will curse us at some point. If you're really getting out of this without this cursing us a singular time, I mean, that would be really ridiculous, honestly. Honestly, I do not think it will happen. Vulnerable. Hey, can this guy curse me already that I do not need to pay that much attention? Okay, we really need to deal the damage now. I don't know. It's so lousy. It's so slow damage, guys. I cannot cope it. It's such slow damage. Yeah, this time I do not play the life loss thing. Rupture. Oh no, actually. Never mind. Okay, apparently it's out of curses. It does actually not have curses. Okay, we keep the damage up. We keep the damage up. Oh, infinite headbutts, guys, sick. Hey, if this works, if this really works, I mean seriously, that would be so freaking hilarious. That would be so freaking hilarious. Okay, we are close. We are closing in, guys. We are freakingly closing in. Ah. Yeah, we did it. We did it, guys. We have a memory anyways. Yeah, but then for the 999 gold event, what do you mean? Is the Windows because I never play Ironclad or because the class itself isn't great? Yeah. Yeah. Good this one. Okay. Okay. Okay, whatever. Warcry or Havoc? The comrade says Havoc Kappa? Yeah, is that a Kappa? Ja, aufstehen, is that like the head on the shoe thing, yeah? Is that the head on the shoe thing? Okay, head on the shoe, shoe on the head. What? Havoc, man? Is Havoc not simply better than Warcry, or is Warcry better? Are you confusing me now? What are these cards doing? The Warcry puts it on top of the deck and Havoc is just playing it for free. Let's pick the card which plays it for free. Putting that aside, how many Warcries do we have? 2. I mean, that's cool, right? So we can play Warcry into Havoc. No? Do we have blanks? Not a single one? I mean, it's just really amazing. Where are the question marks hiding? We need that gold, guys. I found the question marks relentless. We begin to fall, and we just happen to lose a strike. Damn, that was a hard fall. Sock strike the sword into the ground. Cool story. I have to ask, like, how is this elite fight? There are two things. I mean, first of all, there's this Nemesis thing. I mean, the Nemesis thing is... I mean, we keep the block. So I think we are fine. We have 5 energy. We are fine. We have actually 6 energy. Obviously, we are fine. 4 energy, 5 energy, 6 energy, 1 apparition, 2, 3, 4 apparitions. Blam, bam, bam, boom, yeah? Oh boy, we are mega fine, right? I mean, we have blocked like crazy, like... We just laugh at the Nemesis. Battle Trends now as well. What about Snake Lady? I mean, sure, right? We draw crap lots of cards. We block in. We have Hourglass, Apparitions. Giant Head? Yeah, that's a joke. Giant Head is the biggest joke. So... Nemesis. Right. So... Apparition... There it is. We found actually a scale. But we cannot really play it because then we don't play the other apparition. Is that correct? Or we can just keep it. I mean, I guess it depends on whether we even want to scale. I mean, currently we do have... This is so confusing. No, we actually just play the other one. No, this is so confusing. Yeah, I mean, we just play the other one. We play the Demon from later, no? Or do we have a problem with this Nemesis shuffling burns? Is it like something which annoys us or what? Not really, we have second wind. I mean, I also have to tell you we do not have evolve. Yeah, I was just saying, yeah. I mean, the freaking evolve one, come on. Yeah. That would have been quite a cool thing, you know. But okay, I stopped saying that now. Yeah, we have to play that, right? And do we play Exhumed Fierce? No. Then this just exhausts. Which sucks. Demon Form puts a limit on how bad it could get? Yeah, really? The way I see it is, once we become hit, we die. So that's how bad it can become. But, and currently we do not have other use, so... But I see what you're saying. Like, if this shuffles us burns all the time, we are not very happy. Yeah, no, I'm just thinking I would have really liked to see I would have really liked to see the dude. Wait, we want to exhaust the defender. The barricade. I would really like to see the barricade. But I still want to play it. So, what about putting this on top and exhausting this? Havoc powers through and hope to draw barricade. Yeah, you can also just Havoc defend and hope to draw barricade. Like, I mean battle trends and then barricade. Yeah, I guess Shockwave is cool. Close line also inflicts weakness. Yeah, that's it, or what? I mean, what else do we want to do here? At least it's permanently weakened. This is, by the way, already 36. Yeah. This is also like 40. Would have inflicted something like 80 here. I'm thinking with Apparition Battle Trances. Oh, we have so many Battle Trances. I'm thinking that's the best approach because we also receive 1 energy from the thing. So now that's intangible again. But we do have our ways, guys. Yeah, haha. Yeah, haha, guys. Look at this. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Wah, ha 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 ha. Ah! Ha 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 ha. This is the biggest nonsense, man. Okay, yeah. Yeah, 1 intangible or, like, entrench. I don't know, I mean, intangible can still stop by later. So I'm thinking, yeah. No worries, our power scales up. Unfortunately, this guy is weakened this turn. Okay, now it's our spot. Now it's our spot, guys, to shine. We need to do it now. This is our spot to shine. Wait. We have the ultimate ability now to, you know, do it. Very good. I cannot not play the Evolve, guys. Whoa! Whoa! And 31 full heal, flower on 2 perfect. I really hope that we can kill this guy now. No way. It's on 1. We could get an attack for 1 energy. That's dumb. Fire pot kills. Yeah, sure. The fire potion kills. Yeah. That is. Yeah, that is a very good point. Strike dummy, finally. Finally, the strike dummy. Yes. The dual wielded heal hook? Correct. I didn't calculate, and when I calculated, it was too late. Nothing. Yeah, good game, easy win. Yeah, sure, like always, right? Always good game, easy win, and then we die. I mean, currently the only thing this is the Clown Fiesta. Nothing else, nothing more. Like, at the moment we are a little bit depending on the random gods. Yeah. So is it a good thing? I don't know. You tell me. Maybe not. Okay, whatever. I don't know what's going on here. Yes. Keep talking and nobody explodes. Yes. 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 Yeah, Spiker, your friends are gone. Hey, where have you been? My friends? My friends support me. Bomb, bomb, bomb. This is for you, you Spiker. No, no, no. Oh. So... okay. Yeah, nothing. We want this on 1, man. Okay. Calendar. Yes. We squeeze every little turn. What did you say about Dark Embrace? We want an evolve, we do not want a Dark Embrace, right? We want an evolve. Dark Embrace does not play, correct? We do not want... If we exhaust cards, we receive new ones. We do not want to draw cards. But what I would like to have is an evolve. Can we get like 999 Gold now? Oh Mann, ey. Komm, du Loser. Was ist denn hier los? Gib mir das fucking Gold, Mann. Gib mir das Gold. I want the gold. This is the last chest, like this is the last question mark where we can actually receive a curse. At least a 999 gold curse. Or memory is kind of useless in this case. Dig for discovery. And first of all, we can press this button because we do have the regular pillow, right? So now I press the button. Because I'm pretty sure there must be something which we might benefit from. So first of all, I would like to speak about this Dark Shackles. I think the Dark Shackles are pretty potent, right? For the hard fight. Unfortunately, we do not see intent. So it's a little bit sad. But it at least has exhaust on it. I mean, maybe you can talk me through. Do you think this is better or this is better? Maybe the Panacea, because the Dark Shackles, we never know when they actually attack us. Doesn't hard have a set move order. Yeah, but it's 50-50. I mean, what is correct is that if the first attack is a one single attack, we can actually do this. But we can also not retain it in the hand until it happens. So I would actually like to have Panacea. I think it's pretty potent. I like that. Now somebody said something about what? Violence. Violence gives us attacks. I do not mind, right? I mean, as long as exhausted is printed on it. And as long as it's yellow? I mean... with that many apparition block, I would go for Panacea. Yeah. No. Panache. I don't know. Panache will trigger a lot. Yeah. And it costs 0, yeah? Yeah, Lead Opener will also trigger a lot. I heard if we play 6 kills, we do 20 AoE damage. So we actually play like one burn, like one wildfire every turn. Whereas wildfire is the one which burns everything, you know? Like the AoE blah blah wildfire, you know? The wildfire. It's not even called wildfire. I don't know. What is about these mysterious cubes? They are growing, but the apparition generally do not care. I heard the Stone Calendar is kind of nice there. Yeah, emulate. It's an emulate every turn. I press the button to fight. Suddenly they awake and they are alive. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that? Flame barrier, Warcry. Warcry put on top this. Warcry. Put on top this. No, this. I don't know. You play Battle Frenzy, it doesn't like regardless, right? Oh. We have infinite Warcries. I'm in the Warcry loop, guys. Infinite Warcries. We could have played that next time, maybe that would have been probably better. I'm so confused right now. Is that a body slam? I think that's a freaking body slam, guys. I think we made it. What is it? Is it a violence? Rage Dame, okay. We missed that one. Carnage Exhaust, one more card. I heard, like, yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good what's going on here. So, what can we do now with this apparition? Like with the Panacea? What did we just cancel out? Nothing yet. Let's just play all our cards and see what we can cancel out. Does it cost 1 life? Hey, we can play like, for example, this. Limit Break, huh? Oh, another Intimidate. They are freakingly intimidated. Do you know how sick we intimidate them? They must be freakingly scared. The poor dudes. They must be so intimidated. Poh. I don't want to be in their shoes. I really do not want to be in their shoes. Yeah, poor dudes. We want to stack the flower 1 turn, right? Never mind. It seems that we also inflict weakness, but we never inflict vulnerable, so whatever, I guess. Okay. So... nothing? It's all about taking for the heart now. That was entrench, body slam or corruption. What is the highest likelihood of finding any of those at the shop? I mean, we have 140 gold currently, so the shop does not really deliver. And I also have to tell you, if you buy at the shop, we do not have gold for the next shop. I mean, you could say, hey, we visit the shop, and if the shop doesn't give us these cards, we just visit the next shop. But is that really how we want to do that? What is the alternate? 2 leads feel much better. Yeah, much better, I do not know, I already clicked it. Okay, it's the giant head of Colossus. We can determine which card we want to play. Wow, and we also inflicted 1 weak by doing so. You see the combo? We cannot exhaust this because it's strike dummy. So let's exhaust this. Come on, energy. We need that energy, guys. We need energy. We need that. What is that? It's also good. Ah, okay. That's also good, right? Good. So, I mean, all in all concluded. Panache. That was what we are looking for, guys. That is what we are looking for. And there's another Fiendfire sitting there. Panacea. What does that even do? And bloodletting 1, yeah? Okay, I'm so confused right now. So we play this. Do we play the bloodletting? What's happening here? No, I played the bloodletting Dame. Oh, but that also led to apparitions. Oh, because we life lost. Cool. There's another bloodletting. This is a serious contest. Okay. You're okay. Huh. Ha, he did not attack and we cancelled out his weakness debuff. That is what I'm talking about, guys. This is what I'm talking about. This Art of War, we are also really effective in the Art of War. Yeah, the order is amazing, right? I always surprise you with the perfect order. Okay, what is going on here? We need to really get it a little bit together. Okay, let's go. Yeah, like what is going on here? What's this eigentlich here? Huh. Strengths on Fiendfire. Second Wind upgraded. I'm thinking maybe that might not be even that bad. After seeing the Second Wind in action several times, I'm thinking, hey, let's take this Second Wind upgraded, right? We have a lot of energy, we want to exhaust these wounds and convert them into actually good stuff. Now this question mark. It can be Mind Bloom. And Mind Bloom is really whatever. There's Red Mask. Red Mask would be a dead event. There are just too many dead events, right? I mean, the fire is also not effective for. Oh yeah, wait for that. Okay. I mean, at least the fire gives us energy into the elite fight, which is pretty cool. Demon form. Okay, we have intangible 1, we have to look a little bit, we have to pay a little bit attention. You are, but like draw 1. This gives us a new card, which is cool. Armaments Demon form, right? It's also good. There's +3 per turn and stuff. So we receive extra cards, we receive Art of War. There are like a lot of benefits attached with this, I think, so let's just do that. We can actually play whatever we want. I guess if you put the Juggernaut on top and Havoc, it is pretty cool. There's a Body Slam, by the way. Intimidating should be good, this should be good. And this should be good. Evolve! Yes. Yes, please. Give me that evolve. So he would have not attacked anyways, but who cares? So, let's see. Serum. Exhume. And the corruption, I missed that one. And trench. I missed that one. This guy can take damage this turn. I play a limit break in order to break him down. Bludgeon. Bam. Gold Tornitopter, actually another of these garbage relics. That's barely 10 life. Because you don't even know when to utilize it. Rupture. Juggernaut is hitting so many times with second wind. Yeah, no, sure. But we didn't know that we will draft so many second winds. We knew that it will be a multi-hit with a second wind, like a multi-hit. I have to ask whether Rupture is a thing. It comes down for 1. It's like a mini demon form. It's like a very mini demon form. Yeah, it's a mini demon form. If armamented, comes down for free. I'm sure it doesn't work with brutality. No, it does work with brutality. But you're telling me we do not need because we don't even have that many attacks. Okay. So we found nothing again? Is that what you want to tell me? I mean, we would like to have a body slam. A body slam in its essence is a common card. Now we are farming each singular freaking fight and we are skimming through every freaking singular shop in order to find this body slam. And we do not find it beside it like it's common. The same goes with Entrench. And the same goes with Corruption. Yeah, that is so cool. Okay, but I mean, sometimes we do find it while with a dude, I guess. 25, yeah? Okay, so now I play demon form instead of the attacks. Was that even clever? Or am I starting to spew around again? Probably yes. I'm taking this evolve now. Please, let's not talk about that. The Exhume becomes cheaper. Evolve draws more cards, but I really do not think we need to upgrade this, right? I mean, people were already wondering whether we should even pick it, so upgrade is probably even worse. Innate Panache? No, Panache deals 14 damage if you upgrade it. I'm just curious, like, what thing we could... I mean, Exhume becomes cheaper, Warcry draws more cards. I mean... Exhume becomes cheaper? So if we find a mirror or if we find a second Exhume, we have infinite? And then we can put it on top of the deck and every turn we have infinite. So weird. No? You cannot exhume. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Sick. Ja, perfekt. Ja, super cool. Ja, Mann. Ja. No way. Mana, energy, come. Metallic Search also not bad. Ja. Status effects. Barricade. Thank you. What happened? What did I just do? Oh, yeah. Dude. Yeah, that the dude. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, another demon form. I mean, like, seriously? Yeah, let's get this online, huh? Oh, did I have an armaments? No, fortunately not. Your bloodletting for 1, I do. Wow, perfect. Let's try currently 20. Just wait, guys, just wait. Oh, evolve. Yeah, give me these cards, man, klar. Yeah, bash for vulnerable, sure. Yeah, whatever. So, still intangible, less cards being drawn, apparition is there. Now, 8. So what about this into this, and then just take a look what happens. I mean, currently 10. Now, this is already like a lot of damage. Oh, Juggernaut. Somebody suggesting Juggernaut, but if we play the Juggernaut next turn, it's basically only 1 card. Unless we play Seeing Red. And you're saying Juggernaut is better? Yeah, probably. I mean, you know. So, so he thinks he's safe, right? Because until this moment, not many bad things happened, right? So he thinks, oh, I'm eating the time here. I'm pretty cool. I'm pretty chilling here. Yeah. But he does not know. He does not know what's happening soon. 30 already. Okay, Bomb! You're under siege. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, he was. Okay, he wants to attack this devilish being. Wants to attack us for good. Yeah, perfect, right? I mean, 10, and then we proc. It's pretty great. So triple attack, and now we proc in his off turn. We can proc him with Juggernaut into Flame Barrier. Yeah, sure. Bomb! Oh, could have we killed him? What do you think? I could have killed him. There is another demon form I have to play that for the memes. 8048 Whopper. And Pachinga Bunga, man, oh man, Okay, Sword Boomerang has to be potent, it's really good, yeah. Okay, so let's do this. Oh, 9, what? No, I don't think it's fine. Oh, exhume. Okay, we go to 35, it's not the worst. The Birch of Doom. So much demon energy. How much did we have? Like, did we have like 40 strength or something, right? Really a lot. The boss tried. No, yeah, definitely cannot reason with this. Because we do have evolve, we can actually play a pause through, but should we? Okay, this exhausts itself. I like. Because we have the dude, we can do that, yeah? Because we have evolve, we can do this. So that's pretty cool. Oh, I was Parisian. Hey. Susu? Okay, we have intangible, we barricade this. Wait, yeah. Second wind. Flame barrier? When is second wind better, when is flame barrier better? Yes, okay. Feel no pain. Yeah, this guy grows, but... Six strength. Yeah, brutality, but I guess definitely. Brutality, definitely. I'm pretty careless with his strengths, I have to say. I am super careless. Like, I'm like... No, seriously. I'm really careless. I mean, 10 can mean... 10 can actually mean, like 64 damage, honestly. Okay, he's weakened, so it's less damage, but... yeah, okay, let's play the power. Okay. That's pretty cool. Oh, Werewolf. Yeah, more cards, very important. Oh, my Battle Trench just disappeared. Oh, man, garbage. Panache, more powers, yeah. I'm not so exactly sure whether it's so good to give him infinite power. Probably it is... No, I'm really not sure how clever that is, honestly. I'm really not sure. But we should definitely get the Bloodle thing going on. I mean, oh. I drew one card too little. Actually, oh, here. Cool. Okay. So we just play blocks as many as possible. Because if we play as many blocks as possible, we will gain 6 energy per turn. And not only is that the case, but we will also always panache and all that things, right? So let's do that, yeah. Oh no, blood for blood cost 0. Very tempting. Very tempting. So you only single attack. So now you could make the multi-attack. The multi-attack is like 80 damage or something. Weakened is 60. But we also have a lot of energy, so why would we care? And we also have here stuff like this. I would actually play Flame Barrier, but second wind comes also down. If Defend Plus is like something you want to play, I don't know. Maybe we should just exhaust the wounds, I don't know. Yeah. I would really like to play something if it's like good. So, like Power Through is just potent, like really nice. I mean, Armaments has to be nice too. I don't know. Like just those things, right? Like Power Through is just like really good. What is this? Nah. Art of War is blinking. Okay, so we took 25. That's cool. Okay, that was not exactly voluntarily. Okay, something happened. Interesting. Blood for blood comes for free. Okay, now I cannot resist. Hey, Rampage, we played over and over again. What is the second bit? Can we just play that? Ooh, but I mean, here, let's Burning Pact first, right? Oh, there's another boy. Was niemals. Okay, let's second wind a little bit and see what's happening here. Rampage, we found a win condition. Oh, Exhume, where did it go? What do you mean, Rampage? Rampage, we found a win condition. Rampage? I need to make a break. What is a Rampage? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, let's do this. Rampage. What was that? Doesn't matter. Zack. 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 Ach, the rampage. Ach, yeah. What I'm losing is, yeah, I'm losing. I'm definitely losing it because I'm super like. This is exhausting, guys. Always like all the cards. Demon from when? Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm waiting, guys. I'm waiting. Maybe here. Oh no, perfect strike. Oh, more powers. Hey, this guy is really becoming powerful. Okay. Yeah, perfect strike. Whoa. Ah, I could not execute the soul strike because he's such a meekling. Okay. Blood for blood, always for free. Yeah? Oh, yeah. I see. No, I definitely have to make a break after. I mean, yeah. Dark Echo for 1. Really threatening here. Or Rampage, I didn't set up the Rampage. Yeah, apparently we do not need Entrench, but that's only the case against the bird, I feel. I think against the others we will probably need stuff like Entrench. What is the body slam, guys? We found it. We found the body slam. Flower on 1, after the rest place we have 2 extra energy, then we go into Flower. So Flower setup is nice. We go and went to 29, but that's also nice because rest place will grant us another 6, putting us to 35. Let's smith. If we are smithing, what would we like to see? I have the feeling, I don't know, that the second wind is actually quite nice. Break, absolutely. In the shop. I want to show you the shop. Somebody likes Evolve, I do not. Evolve is probably always drawing 10 cards whenever we draw too many status effects. Panacea for 2 artifacts. I don't know what 2 artifacts would change. Not so sure. Second wind is main block. Yeah, I'm also thinking maybe brutality. Can we talk a little bit about the brutality? Like, do you have the feeling that brutality, yeah, it's not so good, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, the earlier we play, the better it becomes, yeah. But I see what you're saying. Maybe just second wind, right? Yeah, brutality, right? I mean, brutality at the beginning is just better. Wait, it's definitely brutality, guys. No. Like, no kidding. Like, brutality against Spire, Shield, Spire, Spare draws us 6 cards, now you might have said, but it's 9 cards. We proc the Centennial Puzzle with it. Now there's also something that you say we can proc the heart anyways, but we have Anchor, right? So we cannot always proc the heart anyways. So, yeah. And also against the heart, because usually we did want to draw apparitions. And the reason for that is quite simple. Apparitions are really important that you do not take chip damage, but now we actually do not want to. We do not want to draw apparitions. Yeah, because heart and Spire, Shield, Spire, Spare do not hit us so hard turn 1. I take a 5-minute break, but you can consider what we ought to buy in the shop. Hey, do you see Shield Slam there? Because I certainly do not. Or, like, Corruption or Entrench. Come on, what the heck? This is absurd. Ashes? Yeah, Ashes, yeah. Ashes. We can always replace potions. Yeah. There's a funny thing to that. So obviously I do not need to point out that we do a Sozu. But even funnier, they built in a protection. So if you click on that, you cannot even buy it because you know, it shows you Sozu. So even if you would have had an empty potion slot. But funnily enough, if I would have really followed the instructions and would have discarded a potion first, that of course would have been a completely different story then. I would have really looked very puzzled, I guess, if, you know. So, do we buy the toolbox? What? The strike dummy is taunting me? No, it's not. Like last run we had the strike dummy with 0 strikes, so I'm actually pretty happy that at least it buffs 1 strike. Transmutation would be gold efficient. Yeah. Yeah, or we just take the toolbox, and I'm very happy that we took the toolbox. And on top of that we can even... No. We can just buy the toolbox. No. You take 10 damage from the heartbeats, right? Every turn. That's a little bit annoying, but... What can you do? The artifacts, yeah, alright. I mean, not so bad, right? Panacea, artifact. Somebody argued that we could duplicate that, but I'm actually happy with extra cards, honestly. Extra cards every turn are cool. And then, yeah, Panacea, sure. I mean, you also need to draw Panacea turn 1, right? Afterwards, it's completely useless. Well. We will also do some damage with the thorns, like we will let the heart kill itself more, hahaha. Okay, everything is also interesting. Your discovery, probably. Rupture and Second Wind. I do not like Second Wind, but it was a Rupture, yeah? Well, if there was a Rupture... You really think Rupture is doing it? I mean, I'd rather play the Demon Form I received from that stuff, but... Rupture if you lose life anyways... Yeah... I know, no. I don't want the card in the deck. I want the card in the starting hand. I want the card in the starting hand. Exhume. Anger. Yeah, and we also can always receive a Rupture anyways, very often. Cool. Draw 1 card does not draw a card. Rogo says scary. I don't know about that. I mean, they usually attack very reliable for like 30 or something. 30 or 12 or something like this. So I'm not exactly sure about how scary that really is. Exhume can dig for discovery. Yeah, Warcry on Battle Trance, that's also something I think it's obviously good. Pummel or Exhume, this I do not know. It's a little bit weird to me. Warcry on Battle Trance, yeah, I think that's pretty damn strong. So let's do that. Exhume Limit Break, you mean? I don't know. Oh, we have 1 strength. Yeah, from the Vira, right? There's something. Yeah, so yeah. Really? I mean... We are breaking the limit, yeah. I would like to play this card, obviously, and I also would like to play the Evolve. Yeah, we should not take too much damage like this, right? Like maybe... Yeah, okay. Yeah. Let's try to draw a full hand. Bloodletting for 1 I like. Very much. Combust I do not like. Offering for 1 I do like a lot. Yeah, Flameberry goes into nowhere. Unfortunate. Yeah, I could have maybe manipulated that a little bit better. This is nonsense. That's complete nonsense, but that's complete nonsense. Okay, yeah. Fire breathing. Sure. So we also could manage this fight somehow. No. Um, 36 life is perfect. Flower and 2 is... I guess if you have the toolbox is actually also perfect. I would like to keep it this way. Do we have the option to kill this guy or not? Like, are we good enough or not? Maybe. It depends on what cards we receive. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Offering goes for 1 life. We could do that. If we cannot kill already. Oh, 32. Are we really only dead? Oh my god. Really? Oh. Okay. We take 1. Red Skull. If we can somehow manage to get to 18. Ah! You really bricked on all the card screens. I mean, 1 freaking come on, man. Oh. Whirlwind for 2 would have been lethal. Yeah, could have been. Yeah, we can still get it from the dead branch, no worries. Okay. I have to ask. Havoc, is it a good thing or not? 1 energy. Is it good or not for us? Play the top card of your deck. It's like a Snecko Eye, basically. Which gives us a new card. Actually, that's pretty good. I want that. If I lose this, this will be tragic. Yeah, that would suck, yeah. Yeah, klar. It's good, right? I mean... Sadistic nature. Not good. Madness. Good. No apparition. Maybe I wasted 3 life. Okay. Havoc could give apparition, but most of the times does not. Anger does not want to become played now. We want other stuff. Impervious, I have to ask. Is that... Do we really have too much energy? I mean, come on. Come on. Impervious will lead to new cards. Yeah, I also think I play, yeah. I mean, it's not that... Can't proc the puzzle? Oh yeah, we can. We can Thunderclap Anger. We should do that, actually. No, actually we should not, right? Because apparition or not. I mean, I don't know, maybe... Maybe puzzle prog is probably correct. Keeping this for later is not the worst, right? I mean, 30 block later, why not? Yeah. Yeah, and there's the apparition. I was thinking maybe if we get the apparition also in coordination with, you know... Doesn't brutality proc the puzzle? Yeah, 2, but... We were thinking maybe we don't want that, but okay. So... I mean, now we also need to play it, I assume. Because then we take less damage. Okay. Intimidate is clear because we want to also weaken it for the future. Now we can actually play the Axiom. Axiom onto Apparition. Or, yeah, onto Apparition, of course. Okay. There's this which exhausts. Yeah, Bloodletting is actually cheaper. Defend Bloodletting is just better, right? No, we don't know. I wanted to wait with the defend because I didn't know what this draws, but I guess it's just better this way, yeah. So let's do this because, yeah, you know. Yeah, we keep it this way, right? I mean... Fire Potion? No, I want to go down to... If possible, I would like to go down to 18, that would be great. Might as well try spot weakness. Yeah, like... I mean, yeah. Okay. Take the damage. If we go to 18... What is my question? Barricade always happens. I just try to play it correctly here, so... Panache, Barricade, Axiom. Axiom first so that we take less damage. Really relevant? Yeah, I don't know, depends, right? I mean, I'm not sure whether it's completely irrelevant. I guess it depends. I mean, this first is like 29. That is interesting, guys. That is freaking interesting now. Yeah. What? GG? No, I don't know. I mean, if we play this, we don't set up like a barricade. Like, what's better? Tell me. I mean, if we play Corruption, we cannot play Second Wind because of Barricade. I would play Corruption here even if Barricade is better. Yeah, good good stuff, but I mean, can we also come up with a better play maybe? That would be, yeah. Actually funny, because suddenly we are faced with a decision which I was actually not expecting. I didn't really expect to have like tough decisions. Alright, so then it makes this Barricade for sure, right? Because Corruption comes like in the next circulation. But what would you like to like Barricade into nothing and then play Corruption in the next circulation? Is weird, right? But probably, yeah. Can I work with Corruption plus the exhaust, get a card. What? It's a free win in most cases. Yeah, and the other one is not, or what? Why should the one be a free win, the other one not? I mean, if you play Barricade first, we are still intangible, yeah, just saying. We are still intangible for 2. And actually we are still intangible for 4. For whatever reason, we also, maybe you didn't see that, but we got a free Exhume. So now we actually play with 5 turns of intangibility. Yeah, we received this free Exhume here. So, we are kind of intangible forever, so I do not mind the Barricade. So is it even possible to win with such low max HP? What you talking about, man? No, I mean, of course, why not, man? I mean, hey? Okay. Like, just completely random. Yeah, I mean, it's not about the max HP, but I mean, you can have 160 max HP and you still die, and you can have 2 max HP and you still win. Corruption, Havoc, and Second Wind. We can just play the Havoc anyways. I mean, there's no. We'll play Panache first. I think Panache first is never a mistake, and Havoc. I guess it depends. Like. Maybe there's an armaments and we are happy, you know. There could also be a second win. Maybe we should better not play the Havoc. Havoc into Warcry, yeah, or Havoc into second wind, and we are like. But very good suggestions there, guys. Very good suggestions. So yeah, no, seriously. What speaks for which and why? Now, Corruption now means everything is cheaper. They're pretty cool stuff. Yeah. Everything cheaper is pretty cool stuff. So, yeah, instead of actually paying for it, we don't pay for it. It exhausts themselves automatically. But I don't know. I mean, some are exhausting automatically, but some do not, right? So, I mean, stuff like apparitions are exhausting automatically, but the others do not. So, the other thing I'm curious about is how much block we can actually build up. Like, there are stuff like power throughs and such, second winds and all these things. So, I believe that we can actually build up armor, yeah. And if we play Corruption here and we wait to redraw the Barricade, like, how does that impact our potential to be able to build armor, right? That would be probably the biggest. So Barricade now basically loses energy. Corruption saves energy but loses block. Now Kakasto says Corruption Dead Runs usually gives tons of armor, usually. Yeah, it does, yeah. You want block first while we are intangible? Again, it depends, but I would also exploit the second go around with the Corruption, I think. Deck is so slow, so building armor is a good idea. You could argue this both ways. You could also say the deck is so slow, so we should play Corruption, because our skills become cheap if we do so. Yeah, it goes both ways. But it's also true that we will build a lot of armor if we do that. And we also want to build it once we are not frail, right? So probably Barricade. Yeah. So Barricade into. We should first wind. Yeah, and then Barricade and Corruption are gone. We do not like to do that, I think. We can Havoc if you want after the Barricade. Yeah. We can Havoc into what? Barricade into Exhume Corruption later. Exhume. Do we have an Exhume? No, we played both, right? Yeah. Okay. We can do this, and it's very unlikely that we hit the dude. Yeah. So this is just correct, probably. And because we also exhaust whatever we draw, so that's actually in our interest. This is still blinking. This is not that much damage. There is a body slam. Congratulations. This might attack for 15, so we would take 14. We would actually be in +3 attack strength range. This exhaust is actually in our interest. So, yeah. Let's hope for the multi-attack, but I mean hope, but you know. So we are Red Skull now, yeah. We are still having Intangible. Headbutt on Corruption, and we are set, I think. So Headbutt. Corruption. Bragadov. Corruption. Let the Clown Fiesta begin. We need to get that. We need to get that, guys. We need to get that. Um, 20 damage for 1. That's okay. Oh, Sentinel? Oh, man. Not upgraded. Is it a body slam? Second wind. Yeah, Warcry first or not? No. I'm so confused. I guess you want to get to the entrench. Upgrade sword? The sword boomerang? What do you mean? The sword boomerang is not, I mean, we are not... Yeah, Warcry into battle trance I like. I'm a little bit confused here. I know that this is definitely good, so let's play this. What did you say? Armaments into sword boomerang? Yeah, I don't know. Fiendfire, no? Both are viable. Perfect strike, currently 20. The Fiendfire is pretty good, but not, you know. Yeah, second wind first. Yeah, very potent. Very potent second wind here. Body slam for 84. That's good. Yeah, we could have flex, right? Yeah. But I guess we are also kind of maxing out already. So maybe not. If we do this, we have max 7 turns. I do see an entrench there. You will drop kick is an option. We have some... This could go wrong, but this is also only 70. I mean, only is good. I mean, it's actually pretty good. Metallicize, do we do that? No. No, drop kick. You will drop kick. Feel no pain. Feel no pain, guys. Sure. We take that. Exhume. On apparitions. Clown Fiesta. Detected. Yay! We made it, guys. But can we even win with such a low max HP? So it turns out Ironclad Bronze and Corruption is good. I'm not so sure. I think we would have pulled it off also without the Corruption, I believe, yeah. I think it was not, like, Corruption was not key. I mean, I don't know. I guess, I mean, I was actually pretty... After seeing all the other fights, I was actually relatively confident. Having, like, Thorns also, you know, I don't know. Having weakness, having apparitions, having... I mean, come on, guys. I mean, that's just... I mean, that was not that was not the Corruption in the end. I mean, it definitely helped. I mean, there's nothing... I mean, that is clear, yeah. But I also found all the other fights very interesting as well. Like all the fights which we had before. So, okay, das war echt schön, ja. Okay, yeah, cool. We were, that's our second win now, again, that's cool. Finally we could break the curse, apparently. Yeah, we could break the curse. Oh, and I'm so super exhausted. I somehow, yeah, played 10 hours today. Or streamed 10 hours today, pooh. I was pretty, I didn't expect this run to be so demanding. The champ fight, oh yeah, that's right. What? We almost died in Act 1? No, or rather Act 2, right? Against the champ, there was like some clutch. Holy moly, was the champ fight close? Act 1 was rough. What was that? What was rough in Act 1? What was my expected win rate with the Ironclad before starting runs? Naja, world bests are currently around 50 and I was trying to reach 50. Oh, I mean trying. I am still trying to reach 50. Currently we are above that, but that does not say anything. Let's wait until we conclude the 50 games. I mean, maybe if a curse comes in again, maybe you know what I'm saying. In Germany we say, lobe den Abend nicht vor dem Morgen. Lobe den Morgen nicht vor dem Abend. Abend nicht vor dem Morgen. Don't praise the end of the day before it's the end of the day. Whatever. The birthday party. Yeah, I now know somewhat why I'm feeling a little bit wrecked. Yeah, because it was pretty loud for hours, right? Wasn't it? Yeah. Okay. Turn 1, Act 1, I will check this with Act 1 where it was clutch. What was it clutch? Like, what was the boss? Ah, the Hexaghost. No, that was fine. I mean, we really squeezed every singular thing against the Hexaghost. That was cool. But, oh, against the knight, wow. Yeah, that was sick. That was sick against the knight. When he bashed us down to 3 and wow. Okay, wow. And then we had exact lethal on the champ. Wow, man. That was so sick. Ah, don't count your chickens before they are hatched. Or before they hatch. That's so beautiful. That's so much more beautiful than, like in Germany. Actually, yeah, Rogo actually corrected. Don't praise the day before the evening. That's actually the correct thing. But I like don't count your chickens before they hatch much more. That's cool. Oh, by the way, did you remember the time where we? No, that was so cool. We do you remember when we created 16 strength out of 1 strength by playing the same limit break over and over again without even having no guys see, I mean, okay, maybe that's just me, but I find this amazing. We created from this Vira only by playing limit breaks. We created 16 strengths, but no, this is the most important thing. We do not even have limit break in the deck, guys. We do not even have limit break in the deck. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Cool. That was really clutch. Nice run, man. That was a nice run. That was a really nice run. That was cool. Yeah, I like this one very much. What Primer Justin says, this is why computerized card games are better than physical ones? Oh yeah, really? Do you remember in Magic the Gathering, the card where you can actually cast from outside of the game? And somebody's, yeah, I played that card and wait a second. Wait, I just run over there and get my card from blah 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 blah, and then hey, can you borrow me the card because I'm just playing the game over there. I just played that card where I can actually play any card from anywhere. Yeah, it's not only limited to computerized games. Maybe not if you count Anglo Unhinged. No, that was like a card. Yeah, Wish. Yeah, that was like a genuine. It was in a genuine set. Yeah. Okay, but whatever. I just see. But maybe that was before your time. Unhinged is already kind of. Unhinged is already one of the future expansions. But yeah, no, that was very early. That was like a beta card or something. Beta or unlimited. And of course, anti-cards. Yeah. No. Anti-cards, you bet cards, or you bet additional cards, and then you actually create something out of that. But no, I'm talking about something like a wish card. Yeah, you can wish something. That's right. Okay. I hook you over to right here. Give him all your love. And we see each other tomorrow. Yeah, very nice games. We could really conquer the curse. That's really, really good. Yesterday I felt really like, wow. I mean, that felt so weird that like even like the third game, but fortunately today everything got defeated. Like we defeated our bad string. I see you tomorrow, guys.